Good morning, everyone, and welcome to City Hall Day. This is sponsored by the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association, as well as the Greater Cincinnati Northern Kentucky African American Chamber of Commerce in the city of Cincinnati. We're just waiting for a few more individuals to come in the room before we get this started, but I just wanted to thank you all for joining us so early, and just give us a few minutes. We're going to get started here.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Hello, hello, and welcome. Thank you, Derick, for kicking it off a few minutes ago. We were allowing people to join. It is City Hall Day with the African American Chamber. We have the Realtors group. My name is Briston. I am the Director of Transformative Initiatives and Relationships for the Greater Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky's African American Chamber. We also have Gregory Parker. I'll let him introduce himself as well, and everyone else on the panel right now. But if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. We will try to get to as many of them as we can. We have a great lineup today. You're going to hear from Director Mays, Equity and Inclusion, Buildings and Inspections. We'll have all of the council members present at some point today. We have Eric Denson, Angie Strunk. So just stay tuned for a whole lot of information coming your way. And I will go ahead and pass the mic to Gregory.
All right. Thank you, Briston, and good morning, everyone. This is an exciting day, at least for me, because this will be my first opportunity to witness City Hall and have all the experts that handle our business affairs here. So my name is Greg Parker, and I am the Director of Membership Services here at the African American Chamber of Commerce. And so this, again, is an exciting day. I hope that you all are tuned in, have maybe questions ready, or keeping an ear to the things that concern you around business in our community, because these are the people that can make a difference. So we're really excited about this, and thanks a lot for joining. If you've got coworkers or people that you network with in regards to business, then please have them join in. And this will be an exciting day.
Thank you, Briston. Thank you, Greg. My name is Derick Dansby. I am the president of the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association. I just want to, first of all, thank the Greater Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky African American Chamber of Commerce for allowing the Cincinnati Realtors to be a part of this day. I think we've been doing this now for 3 consecutive years, and every year it seems to get better and better. I am happy to be here to co-host with these two wonderful individuals. And more than anything, I think City Hall Day allows us the opportunity to ask questions to our department heads, to our city council members, other elected officials, because a lot of times as real estate agents, as entrepreneurs, as business owners, it's hard for us to stop our daily work and go down to set up a schedule, go down to City Hall, meet with an individual council member, and then only know that you have to go meet with somebody else, or to set up a meeting with one department head and really not get the time and the expertise and the insight that you were really looking for. So this gives us a unique opportunity to ask questions to our department heads, to learn how we can get to do more business with the city, to learn how we can get to put in and submit a better proposal for bids, as well as an opportunity to learn from our city council members, what are some of their priorities that they're working on? How do their priorities relate to Black businesses? And how can you get engaged and get involved in that process? So today we're excited. We've got a great lineup, as Briston said to you. As you all may know, if you've been involved with this in the past, it's a very fluid situation. You know, we will have breaks built in throughout the day. We will have a variety of speakers built in throughout the day. We'll kind of give you a heads up of who's coming up, when they're coming up, at least kind of within that hour. So then that way you can kind of plan your day. But keep us up on your phone. Keep us up on your laptop. If you're driving, you don't have to turn us off. You can keep us going. We'll be your radio for you. Turn off the TV if you're working from home and just watch us on Zoom. We're going to have an exciting day. So I'm going to kick it back to Briston so we can go ahead and get this going.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yes. So of course, we have to thank everyone involved in coordinating. Noah, we appreciate all your help. Thank you to the city administration and to the city. We will have the Director Mays of Equity and Inclusion coming sometime around 9:30. So we have everyone speaking for about 15 minutes roughly each, alternating in and out. So like Derick said, please bear with us. We will have some breaks going on. So if you want to please drop some questions in the chat. Like I said, we will hear from all of our council members. Just to let everyone know, Eric Kearney will not be on the call today to remain compliant. So again, Eric Kearney will not be on the Zoom today, so we can remain compliant. We will still have a great, wonderful, fantastic time together. So, well, we have a little time to kill still, so let's see if there are any questions in the chat. Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Dr. V is on the call. Vibrant Coaching. Deborah Davis, MBAC Director. All right. Hello from the Pivot team, Pivot Business Bays, Annette Tarver and Jill McCauley. Hello, good morning. Well, this is the best time to plug. So if you are looking for business counseling, whether you're in the startup phase or not, you can email James P. at African-AmericanChamber.com to schedule an appointment to get some business counseling so you can receive some resources and assistance on your business. So thank you, Pivot Business Bays. Thank you. Thank you. We're getting a lot of chatter going on. No questions. Good morning. We're all doing good. Thank you, Shanice. Good morning. All right, anything exciting coming up? Anything going on, Derick, that you want to announce? I'm kind of just plugging people.
Yes, yes. I want to first of all thank Noah Nixon. Noah is from Councilmember Reggie Harris's office. I want to thank Councilmember Harris as well as Mr. Nixon for all his hard work and their hard work in helping us coordinate and pull this whole thing off. We always have a partner that we work with at City Hall when we do these types of events. In the past, we've actually worked with Councilmember Amy Murray in her office. And now this year with the new city council, we went with Councilmember Reggie Harris. And Noah has been tremendous. He's done a really good job at helping us coordinate all of the speakers that you're going to see here today. So I definitely want to make sure that we thank Councilmember Harris as well as Noah for their hard work. It's not an easy task, and we had to kind of switch. We were trying to do it in person, and we had to switch to just virtual, just due to some governmental technicalities, so to speak. But we made it through it, and I think it's going to be just as good, if not better, virtually, because this allows you to join in wherever you're at. But yes, I do have a couple of things I wanted to share with the group, that's a possibility. I don't know how familiar everyone is with the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association, but we were started in 1947. And actually in Tampa, which is we're actually celebrating our 75th year anniversary today. So I got a couple of things I want to scroll through here, and then at 9:30, we are expected to hear from the Equity and Inclusion Department, a huge department for the chamber as well as for the Realtors. Director Mays will be joining us at 9:30. So if you could make sure that you are here and present at 9:30, that would be great. So I just wanted to share a couple of quick things with you all.
Hey, Derick.
Yes.
So sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to add for folks that are joining that we are also going to be getting a brief forward introducing Director Mays from the city manager, who's going to be joining at 9:30 to just give an introduction to Director Mays, and then we'll be coming back again at 1:30.
The city manager will be back on at 1 o'clock, at 1:30, you said?
Yes, so the city manager will be joining for a brief introduction at 9:30, and then we'll be back again at 1:30.
Okay, and we'll have a few minutes with the city manager at that point in time?
Yep.
All right, awesome. So you see how this works. It's fresh off the press. When you get news, we get news. So if you want to hear from our new city manager, 1:30 is a time slot that we have set for them. So for him, this should be an interesting conversation as a city manager responsible for hiring our police chiefs, our department heads, as well as our city budget. And there's also a lot going on with the city manager, so it's going to be great to have him here at 1:30. Thank you so much. So just to share a little bit of information about the Realtors, I don't know what you may or may not know about the Realtors, but just a quick intro for us. The Realtors is a chapter of the National Association of Real Estate Brokers called NAREB. We were founded in Florida, Tampa Bay, Florida, 75 years ago this year, 1947. We are the oldest and largest minority trade association in the United States. And actually one of our founders is Mr. Horace Sutter, who's actually here from Cincinnati. Our members are called Realtors. and our motto is democracy in housing. Our local chapter is the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association, or GCRA. Our mission is to continue to influence the Greater Cincinnati real estate market and represent the unified voice of African Americans and other underserved individuals. This is a look at some of our leadership team. You got myself as the president, Mr. Marcus Parrish, our first vice president, our second vice president, Ms. Anne Marie Alexander, our treasurer, Mr. Dan Beckley, our secretary, Ms. Denia Elliott, and our assistant secretary, Ms. Willa Roney. We've also got a number of our department, our chairs, Eileen Cobbs, who's over marketing, working in collaboration with Alethea Marshall, Kevlar Holly is over our membership, Felicia Bell over advocacy, and we also have a number of other committees that run with the Realtors. You can find us at cincyrealtors.com. Please like and follow us on Instagram and Twitter at Cincy Realtors. You can also find us on Facebook at the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association. Please keep up and follow us as we move along. Our goal over the next 3 to 5 years is to dramatically increase and support our membership base. The majority of our members are real estate agents, but we also have a number of lenders. We also have a wide variety of inspectors, appraisers, and anyone who's connected to the real estate business. So if you are in the real estate business and you're not a Cincinnati Realtors, you need to join today. It is not a Black organization. We all stand for democracy and housing, regardless of what race you identify yourself with. So if you know someone who's in the real estate business and they're not a Realtors, please join us today. One of our big things is that we want to make the Greater Cincinnati Realtors a household name in the industry. We are proud about our logo and proud about our history and what we stand for. We view home ownership as a right, not an option. And housing has and will continue to be the easiest way for individual families to gain wealth. And that's something that we want to see. And so with that, one of our key objectives is to increase the number of African American homeowners. You may or may not be aware that the Black homeownership rate in Cincinnati is 33.3%, which is 40% lower than that of whites. From 2018 to 2019, the Black homeownership rate actually decreased by 1.7 percentage points. And that's very troubling because in the past couple of years, people have been buying houses left and right. Unfortunately, our Black homeownership rate has not seen that rise in homeownership. It's actually gone down. Another very strong point that really is a key for us as Realtors is that at a time where home values are skyrocketing, individual families are pulling out equity to start businesses, to go to college, to get more training, to maybe just buy another house or to build and expand on the current house they're living in, we're actually getting lower values than those of whites. And that's also very concerning to us. Our fourth objective is advocacy, to be the leading advocate for democracy and housing. When you think of the NAACP, you think of voting rights. When you think of the Realtors, you should think of when you think of the Realtors, you should think about how we are an advocate for Black home ownership, for Black housing. And we want to be at the table to assist the chamber in all variety of housing organizations in the city and the region. And our last and final one is to continue to grow our organizational partners and sponsors. So doing events like this is something that we want to do. So if you're connected with another organization, you want to collaborate with the Realtors, please reach out to me. Please reach out to any of our VPs, chairs, or anyone connected with the organization. We are happy to grow with you. A couple of quick things, just so that you know, this Saturday, we are actually working and going to be implementing a home ownership fair at the Coreyville Rec Center from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. So if you or someone you know is looking or thinking about purchasing a home, please share this information with them. We would be excited for them to join us for this great opportunity. And with that, that's all I have at this time. I appreciate the opportunity to be here with the chamber. I don't know what happened there. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all, for you all to be on the call. Political engagement is extremely important. And that's why we have this opportunity here for chamber members as well as for the realtors and the general public. It's not often that you get this opportunity, so we're excited to be here. So I'm gonna kick it back to you, Bristol.
Thank you
Well,
so much.
I got a couple of comments in here. Jim says to share that flyer so we can circulate it. I absolutely can do that, Jim. Okay, and yeah, so let me get the flyer to Jim and everyone so you all can have that and you can share it with your groups. If you'd like, please don't hesitate to share it on your social media pages. You can feel free to tag us at any given time. But yes, I will definitely drop that in the chat at some point in time.
Fantastic. Good morning to the Women's Council of Southern Ohio Association of Realtors. Hello, Africa Wallace.
Hello, Madam President, Africa Wallace. How are you today? Thanks for joining.
Yes, thank you all for joining. All right, so we still have a few minutes.
Christian, if I can add just a little commentary, I'll say. First, I want to
Yes.
thank Derick for that, for giving us that information around the founding of it and the mission and all. I think that was great information. I'm glad that I was able to hear that, and everybody else was able to hear it. I think that's awesome. Also, I just wanted to really, again, commend this event, because a lot of times as Black business owners or just Black individuals in a neighborhood, we think about our community. We always think really highly around our community, but really, this is our city, right? So it goes beyond our community, but the city is really what should be helping support the community and all the endeavors that it has around entrepreneurship and homeownership and those things. So this is just really a great opportunity for those of you that have joined and for those of you that can connect with somebody else to get them to join, because it goes, our community is built by our city and about the resources that our city can provide. So to have these people that will be on this call to actually discuss those things is just an awesome opportunity. So thanks everybody for joining in.
Yes, thank you. So we do have a question. Some of our clients are real estate developers with the goal of buying properties, fixing them up and reselling them as a way to revitalize our communities. Do you have any advice for these new business owners? And are there any general contractors on the webinar interested in connecting with these developers? And I believe that's directed to you, Derick.
We do have a variety of folks that are in the construction industry through the Cincinnati Realtors. And I know that the Greater Cincinnati African American Chamber of Commerce also has a long list of vendors that are in the construction industry as well. So I think between the two organizations, you should be able to easily find some developers that are African American and contractors that are African American to assist you. I know, having working in the real estate business myself, that right now trying to find good help in the construction field is not easy. So I can understand why you're asking that question. But I do know that the chamber does have a list of contractors who can help you that's ready available. Am I correct in that, Bristol?
Yes, that is correct. We do have a database. You can see our members listed on our website. You can also reach out, like I said before, to talk with our Pivot Business Counseling team so that they can get you connected with the resources you're looking for as well. So yes, please check out our website. And I think that we dropped a flyer in the chat.
We have not yet.
Okay, so we'll get that out to you all here in a few minutes. All right, so as we await our first guest, I will share a little bit about the African American Chamber. So join now What are you waiting for? You can get free legal services from Densmore and Show, procurement and contract opportunities, certifications. If you need to get certified, MBE, EDGE, veterans, WBE, you want to reach out to our Minority Business Assistance Center. They will get you hooked up and get you ready to get certified. We have networking opportunities. We have business training. We do promotions on social media, newsletter, and website. We reach over 2,000 people. We advocate. We have our newsletter that has a lot of resources. So please sign up for our newsletter if you're not already receiving that. That's going to give you links out to different contract, grant, bidding opportunities. So please take advantage. You'll get listed on our business directory, of course, Pivot Business Counseling, and discounted marketing opportunities. So please reach out. You can email Gregory Parker, email me, and we will get you connected. All right, we have a few more minutes.
If I can add something, Briston, in regards to membership with the African American Chamber, it's not a momentary situation. And what I mean by that is we are constantly getting different procurement opportunities, different contract opportunities, different grant opportunities that come across, and we send those out to our membership as they come in. So, I want you to think of being a member of the chamber, not just as an ongoing long stint or 1 year stint of being an active member, which is great in itself, because as Briston mentioned, there's a lot of membership benefits, but also you get a lot of different nuggets throughout the year that come when even we don't expect it. A grant opportunity that comes by, or an opportunity to contract, and we go through our database and send out because there's a business that's looking for minority-owned businesses for one reason or another. Those go out throughout the year. We can't pinpoint when they happen. So being a member keeps you in the loop in regards to those kinds of opportunities. So membership is very inexpensive relative to the benefits that you get for your business. So please consider membership. I think it's great, and we're creating a community that supports each other, that provides opportunities for each other, and that provides access to individuals that can help you grow your business.
Yes, thank you. Yes. Dropping knowledge, go ahead.
In your opinion, what's the number one reason why people join the chamber?
Ooh, no.
Yeah,
there's quite a few number one reasons.
Go for it. Give me your top three then.
So a lot of people are looking for funding. A lot of times people just want to know how to get started. How do I start my business? I have this great idea. I know I can do something with it, but how? Getting registered with the state, getting your DUNS number, getting your tax ID number, getting all these things in order that people just don't know, wanting to go somewhere where you can trust that the resources that are being provided to you are accurate, they're there to actually help. Greg?
Yeah, no, I think you hit on a couple of key ones. I think, just funding or grant opportunities. And as you mentioned, just having a place to come to network and to learn how to do business, or some people have a specific challenge within their business, and they come to us because I think Briston said it well. It's a comfort place to come and know that you'll get real life consultation. We have relationships with bankers, so you can come in and talk to a banker that you can really feel like, they're going to give you the real deal, not just maybe if you don't get a loan and, you go away, but really give you the reasons behind how you can build on that to eventually get that kind of loan or grant help. So I think she hit on the key reasons, but can I say this? From experience I've had since I've been here, I've had people call and just, inquire about membership and just have their idea that they have in mind. And now, I've been here about 8 months now, And I see some of these businesses that just started off as a thought that they just expressed to me on the phone that now is in legitimately in business, bringing in revenue. So it is really so rewarding to see that transition happen. And then to know that, it can happen with anybody that it just starts with a thought and some drive, and then just to kind of get a little help from somewhere. And then they really, it's just really heartwarming to see that transition take place. And I've seen it quite a few times.
That's
So
right.
any businesses that come to mind that you want to speak on or give us an example for?
So I remember when the African American Heart Association called, right? And I was just talking to her, and she just had this idea and this thought around, and she gave me some of her passion behind it in regards to heart issues with African Americans and how we are just leading in the area of challenges with heart disease and things of that nature. And now, matter of fact, at the health what was it that they had at Washington Park, the health fair, she got an award for her business. So
Sandra?
Yeah.
Sandra Wright.
Sandra Wright, yeah. So
shout out to Sandra Wright. Congratulations.
Yes. Congratulations, Sandra.
You also had a successful high tea fashion show the other weekend. Yeah. I heard that was amazing. But in the essence of time, we're going to go ahead and get started with Director Mays, Director of Equity and Inclusion. We'll go ahead and let you have the floor. Tell us what's going on.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining today.
Absolutely. Happy to be here. Happy to be in the city of Cincinnati. I'm originally from Detroit, so I'm new to the city, but no place I'd
Welcome.
to be. So happy to be here. And I believe the city manager was going to join us.
Let's see. I don't see that they're on yet, but as soon as, oh, there we go. Here we go.
Are you on there yet?
Yes, he's on there. All right, I see John coming in now.
Hi, John. You look great. You're muted, just so
You're
you know.
muted. Mr. Kirk, you're muted. If you could unmute yourself so we can hear you.
Yeah, thanks for the letting me in. I was desperately trying to find my way through the audio link and everything else. And before Colin starts his spiel, I know I think coming back this afternoon at 1:30 to speak more extensively to the group, and I'm excited about that. But when you contacted me, I wanted to be sure that everyone first got to meet Colin. We just hired Colin from just outside of Grand Rapids, Michigan. He has some Cincinnati connections, but I know that he impressed us with his enthusiasm for city government and city and urban community development. And he fits in with this administration's priorities toward building Black businesses in our city. And I know Colin has heard this probably a few times from me before, but it is our priority to build. I was around 10 years ago when we when city government began to earnestly focus on how do we grow the Black business community contracting with the city and promoting it throughout the community. And I think we've had 10 years of progress that we can measure, some fast and some not so fast. And what I have been working on with the mayor and with our elected officials, particularly Councilmember Kearney, Vice Mayor Kearney, Vice Mayor or President Pro Tem Parks, and Mika Owens especially. I think all the council members are focused on this, but with those three especially, is what changes. We are kind of at a turning point in government. New opportunities coming out of COVID, new investments are coming into the city. What can we do to, we need to move forward in how we address participation by Black businesses in the city of Cincinnati, both by growing the investor class and by growing the contractor class, and then separately by providing different and more meaningful engagement in city contracts. And I consider those three broad categories of where we have room to improve and grow as a city. Colin is going to be one of our leaders in that effort. And I know when we interviewed him, he was very excited and oriented positively towards this mission. And I'll speak more about the rest of those components later, but I wanted to introduce Colin, kind of set the tone for what I think the city of Cincinnati, what our goals and objectives are, and then just turn Colin loose on you. What you don't get from this picture is, Colin is about 6'7". So when he walks in a room, he is the tallest. He's a presence, right? But as you get to know him here, he will. I think he will impress you with his knowledge and skill and enthusiasm. And with that, I'll just kind of turn it over to Colin, and I'll kind of disappear. And I'll stay here for his presentation because I want to hear it too. But I'm happy to answer questions. But I know Colin will be handling most of this this morning. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Manager Kerp. I appreciate that very warm introduction. And if I'm 6'7", then Manager Kerp is certainly 6'6", because we're pretty close, I and I. So I appreciate the introduction. As I mentioned, I'm happy to be here. Originally from Michigan, so don't hate me too much. I'm excited to be in Cincinnati. This is week 7 for me on the job, already hitting the ground running. We have, as of just yesterday, we've brought on 5 additional staff members. So within the first 40 days, we've hired 6 new people. So very exciting, and excited for the future of the department. One of the things that I did, actually the very first thing I did when I started 7 weeks ago, was I sent out a survey to our members, asking them what are the biggest business challenges for the next 3 to 5 years. And overwhelmingly, the number one was more access to city contracts, followed by an increase in brand awareness, which kind of surprised me, but a lot of our subcontractors, smaller firms, want our larger prime contractors to realize that they exist, right? So how do you make the connection? How do you break through so that you can get access to opportunity and inclusion? Shortly thereafter was access to capital, which shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. That is certainly a barrier for a lot of minority-owned firms. And then after that was workforce development concerns, as we, of course, try to get back to a sense of normalcy. There is a great challenge in the workforce development realm. So trying to help our businesses get more access to quality talent. So to kind of combat some of those barriers, we are doing our first ever Business Enterprise Expo, which is going to take place on Friday, September 30th at the Duke Energy Center from 9 to 3 p.m. So I want to encourage everybody to come out to that. We'll be sending some more information out in a couple of weeks regarding where to register and things of that nature. But the goal behind the expo is that it'll be an annual event, and it'll be a chance for our subcontractors, our minority-owned firms, to have tables and booths, and our larger prime contractors will get the opportunity to come out and meet them. So you'll have the interface connection with the business enterprises, as well as with the larger contractors that might want to do business with the city as well. So it's been very positively received by the African American Chamber. We have other partners that have expressed interest in participating, whether through sponsorship or helping to get the word out. So we're very excited about that. Actually had a conversation just last week with the state of Ohio and some of their efforts, and they love the idea. They might actually piggyback off of what we're doing. So we're excited to get the Business Enterprise Expo underway September 30th. Another thing that we're trying to do, or that we have done to increase brand awareness, is we've started our Business Enterprise of the Month. And Manager Kerp and Mayor Aftab have been very instrumental in making sure that we are doing a lot of outreach to help support our business enterprises. So we did our first one last month, and it'll be a continuing ongoing series. Every month we'll feature a new business, and we do a full social media run. We post them on our website. We go out to visit the business. So we do everything possible to promote them. And they even come to city council, and I get a picture with Manager Kerp and Mayor Aftab, and I'm in it. I'm of course least important, but I am in the photo as well. So all the things that we're trying to do in terms of increasing brand awareness for our minority firms. Another important item to recognize is that we're going to have a job fair July 28th from 9 to 1 p.m. and it's going to be open to all of our certified businesses. So if you are in need of talent or in need of maybe an increased workforce, this is going to be an additional caveat to being certified to do business with the city of Cincinnati, is we're going to provide these additional resources for you to be successful. One of the biggest challenges that I've heard in just 7 weeks of starting is if you are awarded a contract, if you don't have the workforce to complete the contract, then you have to turn down the job. And we don't ever want that to be a barrier for our minority businesses. So that's why having quality talent, doing job fairs, doing outreach to organizations such as African American Chamber, the Urban League, some other organizations that we're affiliated with is vital. And of course, getting back to the final component of that, which was access to capital. Next week, we'll be doing a business financial seminar. We have partners with Goldman Sachs, GE Credit Union, Huntington Bank, Chase Bank, and Fifth Third Bank will be there, as well as members of the African American Chamber to discuss the Lincoln and Galberg initiative. And this seminar is going to be open to all of our certified businesses. So if you have any questions in terms of how do you obtain a grant, how do you work with a bank, how do you get a loan, this is going to be an important session for our minority businesses to come out and learn about all the different access to resources that are available, because there's a ton of money. There's a ton of money out there. It's just a matter of tapping into it and making sure that everybody knows what's available. So this will be our first one. We'll do another one in August and another one in December. But we've got quite a few things going, as you can tell.
Yes, you do. Wow. So I do have a couple questions. So I want to make sure we have this right. There's a job fair for certified businesses in July.
Correct.
What was that date again?
July 28th.
July 28th.
Yes, and we will circle back with you. We're just confirming the venue now, but it is a go for July 28th. Yes.
Awesome. And then the Business Expo is September 30th, and more information coming soon on that.
Yes.
And then, so how can a business get highlighted? You said monthly?
We do monthly. We do it's called Business Enterprise of the Month. And we'll get to all of our businesses. It's just a matter of when. We certainly take recommendations. So if you know of a certified business in the city of Cincinnati, we want a business that has some tremendous success that can talk about the power of being certified. We want them to like us. And we do our best to make sure that they're highlighted and that people realize that they exist, right? Because that's what the survey told me, was that our businesses want to know that larger organizations and even the city itself recognizes that they're here. So,
Mr. Mays, welcome to the city of Cincinnati and welcome to the new role here with us. We really appreciate you taking some time out of your busy day to meet with us and meet with chamber members, as well as folks from the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association who are co-sponsoring this event with the chamber and the city. You mentioned in your opening that there's a ton of money out there. So if there's a ton of money out there, what is the first step for someone who wants to do business with the city to tap into that?
So the first step is you have to get certified. So some of the resources that we're going to be providing, and we do monthly training. So whether that's monthly trainings on prevailing wage, whether that's monthly trainings on how to brand your business, whether that's monthly trainings on how do you write a grant, right? Because if you're fortunate enough to receive a grant, you have to know how to properly write it so that you can get into the same room to be able to receive it. So we want to start to provide trainings on that as well. We realize that a lot of businesses just don't have the time to sit through paperwork and figure out how to apply. So some of the things that we want to do is we want to be proactive. So we want to tell our businesses what's coming down the pipeline as quickly as we can.
And how do
Awesome.
people get certified? Because we hear certified, certified. So how?
Well, you have to visit our website, and I'll drop it here in the chat as soon as I get done speaking. And once you visit our website, you can start the process that way. It does take probably 60 days to get certified. We've been a little bit understaffed, but we're trying to get back up to full capacity. So we'll be rapidly moving forward with our certifications. But that's the first step, is to go on our website and to start the preliminary process that way.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Just Mr.
Go
Mayor.
ahead.
Yeah, just Mr. Mayor, what are some things that our businesses can do to prepare themselves to ensure that the certification process is a smooth process? What are some things that they can be doing right now to get themselves ready to get certified?
You know, I would say just making sure that all of your paperwork, tax documents, everything is up to date. Making sure that you have your business plan together, making sure that you have kind of just a basic understanding of what it is that you're hoping to do once you become certified to do business with the city. Because certification not only helps you to expand your business in terms of opportunities, but I think what we're trying to do with the city of Cincinnati is to branch out of just your traditional, well, you get certified just to get access to city contracts. You're getting certified to get access to all the other opportunities that are available out there, right? So you're getting certified so you can help. We can help you with grants. We can help you with workforce. We can help you with increasing your brand awareness. So that's the true value of certification here with the city of Cincinnati that other municipalities are not offering.
Yeah, Mr. Mays, again, welcome to Cincinnati. I'm new here too, so I've been here about 7 months. You've been here 7 weeks, so I'm glad to be here too. But I wanted to ask, I know Derick asked about the steps, and you mentioned the first step is getting certified to get access to all the funding that's out there. What would be step 2 and 3 in your mind?
Well, I would say just continuing to come to some of the events that we have, continuing to be engaged with what it is that we're doing. You know, this office is constantly evolving. Just today, actually, Senate Bill 105 goes into effect, which makes it easier for minority businesses to get certified on behalf of the state. So that's actually a great asset. So you get certified with the state, and then you can come and get certified with the city of Cincinnati. So it does cut down on processing time as well. So it's a lot of excitement right now around certification all over the country. And in Cincinnati, we truly believe in that. And we want to make the city of Cincinnati the staple and the model for excellence in customer service and excellence in making sure that our minority businesses have fair access to inclusion.
What does success look like for you, Mr. Mays, in your role as economic inclusion director? What does success look like for you? What's your goals?
Well, my biggest goal is to make sure that Manager Kerp keeps me around. But also, I would say making sure that our minority businesses come back to me at the end of my first year and say that, you know, we really saw a tremendous increase in access to capital. We saw a tremendous increase in helping with branding our businesses. We saw a tremendous increase in our workforce. And we saw a tremendous increase in access to city contracts, because those were the 4 barriers that I found through that survey that was conducted. So if we can stay on that track, and if we can help advance our certified firms in that direction, then to me, I view that as a success.
Mr. Mays, do you have any, I don't know, or does the city have any, I'd say measurable goals? Like what kind of metrics do you work around? Like, I don't know where the city is right now in regards to minority businesses. And then if you have a goal to raise by a certain percent or any numbers
Sure.
in that regard.
Absolutely. So right now we have 236 certified firms with the city of Cincinnati. So that is including WBEs, MBEs, SBEs, ELBEs. And we are hoping to increase that number by at least 40% as we move into the next year. Because again, as I mentioned, certifications right now, all across the country, there's a huge emphasis on more minority firms hoping to get certified. So that's kind of our benchmark in terms of trying to increase certifications and trying to, of course, expand outreach. They go hand in hand. We have to have more people out there doing outreach so that we can increase certifications because we know how important it is and we see the value in it. So it's a combination of a lot of different things.
We do have a question from the chat from Simone Charles, who has a variety of different businesses. One of them is event planning. What is being done to ensure that there is a checks and balances for accountability for the development of companies that are being given incentives to develop in the city to ensure that they are not price gouging businesses and creating access to brick and mortar spaces that allow minority businesses to survive and thrive? Any thoughts on that, Mr. Mays?
I think that might be more so a question for community and economic development. But I will say that on behalf of the city and certainly the Department for Economic Inclusion, our role is to ensure that we are being inclusive in terms of our business practices. So we want to make sure that everybody has a fair seat at the table and that we're able to accommodate as best as possible.
Great, thank you. So to keep on task, thank you so much for getting on and giving all this wonderful, great information. Everybody, please, if you have any questions, we can always submit them later on and try and get those answered. But so thank you, Mr. Kerp, and thank you, Mr. Mays. We're going to go ahead and transition to Director of Buildings and Inspections, Director Galberg. Hello, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing just fine. Thank you for the invitation. I appreciate it.
Thank you for taking the time to talk with us.
Sure. I'm more than glad to answer any questions you may have, but I thought it would be good to highlight a couple of programs that we do that I think has a tremendous benefit of, especially for startup businesses to be successful. One of them is what we call our Commercial Courtesy Inspection Program. And what that is individuals thinking about either renting a piece of property or purchasing a piece of property and has an idea of starting a business there. They can go ahead and give us a call and we can arrange for what I would call a team inspection to come on out there. And the whole goal is to be able to identify the major challenges to be able to establish the business at that location. So what we really start with is when we walk on the site is we just ask the individual to tell us what their dream is. You know, they may have seen this great warehouse space and they're thinking that this is, I love all this heavy timber and all that kind of stuff. And I think it would be a great place to open a restaurant. And we will talk through them. Well, how many people do you think you would, how large a crowd would you be handling? They would give us all that information and then we would give them the major issues that they'll be faced with as they go through the permitting process. The goal of this is so that as a consumer, they're well informed before they ever sign contracts. So if what they see is there is major renovation that's going to be necessary to be able to be code compliant, they have an opportunity to renegotiate a deal so that there's equality there. Sometimes success is measured by recognizing that space isn't the right space, but they learn enough information of what what the right space should have in it so that they can save dollars. What we see way too much of is small businesses, when they're starting on up, they expend too much of their capital dollars into renovating the building, and thus they don't have the operational dollars they need to survive that tough first year, 18 months. So that's really what the courtesy inspection is meant to do. It isn't just buildings and inspections. Will bring folks from the zoning side of the world, the health department side of the world, depending on what the nature of the business is. So that's one program that I wanted to highlight for everyone. If someone is interested in that program, Rodney Ringer is our development manager, and his phone number is 352-4847, and he's the best point of contact for that.
Director, I hate to interrupt you. You're spitting out some good information. If you could just back up a little bit,
Sure.
and introduce yourself and who you are, what
Sure.
departments you come from, and just give us a little bit of background of who you are and what your departments, because I want to make sure everyone understands the context as to what the information you're giving us.
Absolutely. My apologies. Sometimes I jump in with both feet. My name is Art Galberg, and I'm the Director of Buildings and Inspections here at the City of Cincinnati. Buildings and Inspections, for those who may not have experienced us, it's a regulatory agency. We manage the permitting process for when people want to construct items, everything from applying for permits through the plan review process, coordinating with all the other different agencies through that process. And then we staff the inspection process as projects are being built out. We also have the housing side of what we do, which is primarily responding to complaints about unsafe, unfit properties. Sometimes beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Sometimes the issues that come to us are not code violations, and we'll let the complainant know that kind of information. So it's about a 50-50 split between permitting issues and code enforcement issues. Unlike Colin, I've been here 7 years now, so but I'm not a native Cincinnatian. So I've had an opportunity to learn the city a little bit and really enjoy my time here. So that's kind of who I am, and that's kind of what the department is. Going back to maybe a couple other services that would be beneficial to your membership, we do a coordinated site review process here in the city. It's a free process. What it's meant to do is solve from a multi-agency kind of solution the various site issues as somebody's thinking about doing some building in the city. So fire department is represented there, MSD is represented there, waterworks is represented there, Department of Transportation is represented there. And really the goal is we have an opportunity in an early phase to understand what a person's project is, be able to guide them on what the issues are. We then have a virtual meeting and just do a question and answer session to try and resolve any kind of questions they may have so that they're ready for when they come on in for the building permit process. Been very successful, and again, my development manager, Rodney Ringer, manages that process as well, and his phone number is 352-4847. We have a bit of an online presence that may be helpful to folks. It's called Open Cincy, and you go to it by just going to the city's website and then putting in Open Cincy, and you get there. And what it really allows somebody to do is 24 hours a day. If you're thinking about an address and thinking about a business, you can go onto this site. There's a series of questions that you get asked, and you'll see whether, first of all, whether or not the zoning automatically allows that type of a business, and if not, you'll get to see kind of what the process is to go through the approval process for the zoning side. It'll ask you a few more questions, and it will actually even estimate the cost of the permit for you and give you points of contact. So I think that's pretty handy. A lot of entrepreneurs, of course, are not an 8 to 5 kind of job. They may have their best ideas at 2 o'clock in the morning, and we're open for you virtually for that piece. And the final
That's
piece,
open. That's opencincy.com.
it is Cincy. Go to www.cincy-oh.gov/open-cincy. And there's a
Thank
series of tools there that really is to help people when they're wanting to think about something and they may want to just run through a computer approach rather than talking to an individual because of availability. And the final thing that I just wanted to highlight for everyone is we have a walkthrough program that's pretty robust. So especially for smaller projects, there's no additional charge. It's same day service. It's primarily for commercial spaces, 5,000 square feet or less. So a lot of the small businesses, when they're first starting on up, really fit into that. What happens is a person comes on in, sits down with a plan reviewer, both from the building side and the zoning side. With their plans, we have the ability to ask questions, solve the problems. And about 97% of the time, they walk out with a permit that day. So I know enough about small business to understand that time is money, and the faster you can move through the regulatory process, the easier it works for everyone. About 40% of our plan reviews get done through that service. So it's a pretty robust service. So I would encourage anybody to feel free to take advantage of that. And the final thing that I would just offer on up is anytime somebody is dealing with a member of buildings and inspection staff, and you're not quite clear what the individual is asking of you, feel free to just give me a call. My phone number is 352-2424. And I view that as a pleasure to help people find solutions. Sometimes it means me coming out and looking at a property with an individual and finding what are creative solutions. And that's a big part of what my job is. So I'm happy to do that. With that, I'll answer questions.
Thank you
so
we
much.
do have a question. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank you for taking the time to come here today. I know that you've got a busy schedule. My name is Derick Dansby. I'm the president of the Greater Cincinnati Realtors, and our motto is democracy in housing. The majority of our members are real estate agents or folks that are in the housing profession. And a lot of times, a lot of the big things that I hear from a number of my clients is equity in terms of how buildings are evaluated in terms of building code violations. I've heard a lot of different things. You said, like you said earlier, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. What different things and what different mechanisms do you have in place to ensure that there's equity in terms of how you monitor building code violations?
That's a great question, and I'm thrilled that you asked it. So in the years that I've been here, we've modified how we operate a fair amount. So as you can imagine, we get complaints on all sorts of different properties for all sorts of different reasons. I never know what the motivation is of the person who's filing the complaint. And the beauty of our system is it doesn't matter. What we're measuring against is what the building code and the housing code actually tell us to do. So what we initially do is we come to the property, we investigate the complaint, we engage with the property owner. We listen to what they have to say. We look at the circumstances that the complainant has filed the complaint about. If it is a violation, then we start down a process. However, what I want to make sure we all understand is the inspector doesn't just immediately issue orders. The inspector has to present their case to their supervisor, and their supervisor has to concur with where they are. So there's a two-step process there. Then it goes into what we call an order writing phase, which is merely a letter that identifies what the issue is and the time frame that the problem needs to be corrected with, and then most importantly, how to contact the department to talk through the issue. What we find is when we can establish good lines of communication, things solve themselves. When it's either a failure on my staff's part of not affecting good communication, or the property owner is choosing not to communicate back, that's where it goes into more advanced enforcement. And advanced enforcement is what you would call civil penalties, so tickets. We don't take proper owner-occupied property to advance enforcement without it going through another layer of review, including me. So what we've tried to do is put enough layers of review so that if there's a bad relationship that's occurred between a property owner and an inspector, it gets sorted out through that process. And finally, what I would say is, and I think it's important to understand, we also recognize that for some individuals, it isn't a question of whether or not they want to fix their property in accordance with what the law says. It's really it's a financial issue that they may just not have the money to do that, and it may be they're competing against medical bills that they're faced with or the like. So we have an opportunity to put a property, as long as it's not a immediate life safety issue, we'll put it in a deferral process and then work with them to sort through what various help programs can give assistance to. One of those I'd like to highlight for you is the Harbor program. We had it for a couple of years. It went away due to a lack of funding, but this council has refunded that program using federal dollars. And what that really allows us to do is provide funds and get a contractor out to fix a problem. Say a property owner has a bad roof, we can utilize those funds to get that solved when an individual is below 80% of county median income. So we try and solve it from a couple of different angles. We try not for it to be, we don't want, when it's purely a financial issue, we don't want that to be going into court where there's additional costs then going on top of an individual. More costs don't solve the problem when financial problem is the underlying issue.
So we did get a question from the chat. Sure. Does your department manage sign permits and violations? We know a business that needs to rectify a sign violation. And we also need to pinpoint if the violation applies to the building owner or the leasee.
So first of all, the building owner is the ultimate person who's responsible for any violation. So it would go back to the building owner. And yes, we'll investigate sign complaints. While we are not the plan reviewers for the zoning code, we are the enforcement agency for the zoning code. So if and most sign permit issues is actually a zoning issue. So feel free to send me an email with the information, and we'll be glad to take a look at the conditions.
Wonderful, thank you. Any other questions? Drop them in the chat.
Yeah, for a number of our members who are in the construction construction field, getting permits issued, what would you say is one of the biggest barriers, or not necessarily barriers, but biggest myths that people have about your department, and how are you working to overcome that?
Well, I think it's a couple of things. Sometimes, especially when somebody is first starting out in the contracting business, they have limited experience, so they don't quite know how to solve an individual problem. And then the inspector comes out and identifies the solution that they put in place isn't a code compliant solution. So we've spent a lot of time working with our staff to learn how to not just say no, but to give various options to an individual of how they can solve that problem. So I think that's the number one thing that I see is primarily with relatively new contractors needing to learn how to operate. Another piece for contractors is sometimes they go ahead and start doing the work without permits in hand. So that's It's a quick call to the office to ask the question, is a permit required? Better to know on the front end rather than the backside. It certainly always helps when we're all working together from the very beginning on how do you approach a rebuild. One other thing I wanted to mention, a person had talked about earlier about people buying houses and then improving houses and then reselling houses. Had a situation a couple of months ago where a young woman bought her first house, looked beautiful on the inside, thought everything was fine, but lo and behold, the previous owner the property had been so bad that it had an unsafe order on it. And then he went ahead and did all the work without permits. And then she was stuck at the end of him doing the work with no accountability. So one of the things I would always encourage people that are buying property is just check to see whether or not there's orders on the property. And if there are orders on the property, before you inherit that property, ask the property owner, have they solved it? And if they say they have solved it, ask them to provide evidence that the inspector has signed off on the work being done. That'll save so many headaches for somebody walking into a property and suddenly inheriting the last property owner's mistakes.
I have a question from the chat of how does a future or how does a home buyer do this? That if they run into those type of situations where they actually ended up purchasing a house unknowing that there was, defects and things that were wrong with the house. How do they go about doing that and getting that previous owner to actually fix those things or actually even provide any legal recourse if necessary? And what resources or websites do you have to support that?
Well, the first thing I would say is they can go onto our website. There's a place on our website that's called Easy Track, and you can just put the address in on the property, and you can see what types of orders are in it. So the first thing is to be aware of those kind of conditions. The second piece is if they have already taken ownership of the property and they now have issues relating to the previous owner. I mean, the first step is really, I hate to say it, but the first step is getting an attorney involved and having the attorney contact the property owner and say, here's a copy of the orders. What have you done to solve this problem? And quite frankly, the question is, why didn't you disclose it? Because that is part of any real estate transaction, is the seller is supposed to disclose any known violations. So if they didn't disclose it, then they have created themselves a legal problem.
Awesome. We're going to go ahead and wrap up with your portion. Is there any closing remarks you had for the chamber members or the Realtors members today? We're all real estate agents.
Just feel free to use me and my department as a resource. Feel free to give me a call, and we can figure out who the best person is that can help you on any kind of problem that's challenging you. We're here to help.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, folks. Have a great day.
You too.
You do the same.
Bye-bye.
We're actually going to be moving on. We've had a couple of different department heads, and our first council member of the day is Mr. Greg Landsman, who's actually been on council longer than any other council members. So I remember when Greg was just a rookie. Now he's like the old vet. Councilman Landsman, welcome.
Hey, how are you? Let me just switch rooms. Hold on one second.
Sure. So I know we had a question earlier that was maybe more directed towards Eric Denson. You will be hearing from him around 10:30 or so we can hold that question for him. All right.
All right. Hey, everyone. I'm going to keep this short so that y'all can ask questions and hear from other members of council. Hopefully, many of you know them, but we have a good group. Let me just start by saying, like, City Hall is very different than it's been over the last couple of years. You got a new mayor, you got with the exception of a couple of us, a brand new council. And one of the things I was really committed to was building a new culture where people were working together, and there was disagreement and debate, of course, but no fighting and all the craziness that has plagued progress in the past, and really gets in the way of people doing what you all and others expect us to do, which is get things done for you. And this group of people, it's now been 5-6 months. They've been amazing. They've been phenomenal to work with. Everyone's dug in, working on the issues. We don't always agree, obviously, but we work through those things as we do in our other relationships. And the engagement has been so much better with the community and stakeholders. So I just think that's key to good government and getting things done. And we're starting to see it in, the relationship with the mayor and the manager. I mean, it's just been fantastic. So that's one thing. The second thing is the budget. Hopefully you've had a chance to go through it. We went through it yesterday. I think we're in a good place. We're going to obviously work with you all and everybody else to try to make it better before we pass it. We will have a hearing, public engagement session starting tomorrow. We'll do one in Madisonville tomorrow at 6 p.m. And then we're going to do our first ever Saturday one. So folks who, have busy weeks can come to City Hall. Saturday at 10, there'll be like a meet and greet so people can just hang out and talk to some of the newer members of council and the administration. Then we'll have the hearing at 11 on Saturday, and then at City Hall. And then the 14th is the final one in College Hill. But you can email members of council, the mayor, with requests, things that you need, that you want to be considered. Our office, as chair of budget and finance, we are putting together a spreadsheet of all of the requests that'll be submitted so that people can see it publicly. And then members of council, we've asked them to turn in their priorities by June 10th. That way we can debate them the following Monday on the 13th and have the whole week to sort of reconcile where everyone is, and then get a vote on the budget on the 20th in committee and the 22nd in council. So there's a lot in this budget, a huge commitment to core services, public safety, public services, sanitation, a big commitment to roads, youth jobs, childcare, investing in small businesses, particularly Black owned businesses, a lot in here on housing. It is a really great budget, in large part because of the American Recovery Plan dollars and what we're able to do with those. We'll have to have a larger, more complicated conversation about our budget starting next year. Really, what are we going to do when this money runs out? But at least in the short term, I think we're making some really, really, really smart investments. So happy to stop there and answer any questions that folks have. Hopefully we'll see you all in person soon. It's always great when you guys are at City Hall, so hopefully we can get you back.
Greg, I know you and I have had the conversation about Black home ownership in the past. And as we stand here today, over the past 2 years, Black home ownership has actually decreased by 2%. And which is very sad, because right now we've had a tremendous housing boom, but yet our African-American homeowners are not able to take advantage of that. In your role and what you see on council and with this budget, what strategies do you have in place, or do you want to implement over the next, year and a half or so to help increase that African-American homeownership rate?
It's really important. Three things that I'm focused on. One is increasing the amount of money we've set aside for down payment assistance. And the Vice Mayor, Jan Michelle Lemon Kearney, has been leading on that. I think you're going to see a big commitment in this budget. So very supportive of her leadership on that and making sure that money goes up and up and up, because it makes a huge difference for individuals, but it also makes a huge difference for our neighborhoods. I mean, this is how you build really healthy, strong neighborhoods. Number two is building out this Housing for Everyone fund, this new housing fund that is getting more and more capitalized. I mean, we're closing in on 60, 70, $80 million, which is great. The key there is obviously to invest in housing of all kinds, affordable housing, but also the kind of housing that will lead the kind of development projects. We just voted on one, or we will vote on one next week, in Avondale on Alaska Avenue, where there's 18 new homes being built. And so that fund can help accelerate more and more projects like that. The third one is zoning and land use, which is the one that I think's got to be debated a little bit more so folks understand sort of where we can go with this. But if you take what we explored yesterday, Alaska Avenue, it's about 3.5, 4 acres of land, hasn't been touched in 10 years. So imagine a plot of land in Avondale. And there's right now the land use laws and the zoning laws say you can only do this kind of housing, single family, and the house has to have a certain amount of land around it, right? And so that allowed for them to build 18 new homes, or they'll build 18 new homes. If you change the land use and the density requirements, you could have townhouses, still home ownership, but you could go from 18 to 25 to 30 homes. And all of a sudden you got 30 homes that are either at the same price or even cheaper, less expensive. So, those are the 3 big things.
Awesome.
Sorry about the lighting. I can't get it right here. You'd think by now I'd figure this out.
So we do have a comment in the chat. It's exciting that the city is increasing the funds to assist first-time homeowners. Our challenge of this market is providing some flexibility with the grant dollars so buyers can use the money to help them to compete in the market. Current grant money is great once the offer is accepted. Our challenge is getting African-American buyers accepted offers. How can we help get the flexibility on the funds to assist in the acquisition process?
Yeah, I don't know the right answer on that, but I'll dig in. I mean, I think that's a good question. I would need to know a little bit more, but I suspect it's just basic bureaucracy. And so figuring out how to, sort through that so that it's, a lot faster and easier for people to access these dollars. That's my sense, but I'll dig into it.
Thank you.
I think the behind that question, Greg, the bigger problem that we're having is real estate agents is that we've got qualified buyers who are ready to buy.
Yeah.
And they may be with an FHA or VA loan, and they may have the grant dollars, which is great and awesome to offer. But the folks who are selling these houses are going for a cash buyer or a conventional buyer, or just a loan that has less red tape surrounded around it because you sometimes utilizing those grant dollars tends to delay the closing process. So if you've got, hey, I can sell this person my house for $150,000 to person A who can close in 21 days versus selling it for $150 for person B who can close in 45, you're going to choose the one who can choose a 21. So that's kind of the problem that we're having in the real estate industry right now, is that because of lack of inventory and the large number of buyers, those buyers who have those grants are at a competitive disadvantage.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, we have to increase inventory, obviously, and then we've got to, this is where hopefully the new fund that we're setting up at CDF, and I know there's some questions as to whether or not they are allowed to provide individual loans as opposed to just money for projects. And my feeling is like, well, if they're not, just create another entity that's next to the fund that is, so that we can provide, lending for home ownership and do it in a way that does not create that disadvantage, right? Like that is a lot easier and simple to deal with than what we're dealing with some of these federal loan programs.
Kind of moving away a little bit from the housing talk. We've been having some serious issues in our city with folks who are speeding and pedestrians.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that, Greg, and where we should go with this, Councilman?
All right. So let me tell you what we've done and what we could do. What we've done is we've really dramatically, we've increased dramatically our pedestrian safety budget. So more money for street calming efforts, and it's helped. So the number of accidents has gone from like 500 to like 300, and hopefully we'll get to 200 and 100 and ultimately zero and zero fatalities. We have a leader who's just focused on pedestrian safety, not the city, which has made a big difference. The infrastructure money is going to help us with major street calming efforts. So we're able to do like the $25, $30, $50,000 projects that do help with intersections and certain streets, speed humps, those kinds of things, or speed cushions. You'll start to see more of those. But the big street calming expenses are when you do what are called complete streets or street diets, where you extend the sidewalks and you narrow the street, which makes it harder to speed, and then people are able to walk and bike and all that other stuff, and it's great using the infrastructure. But you're talking about to do like Lynn Street in the West End, it's a $4 to $5 million investment. We're going to be able to use a lot of the infrastructure dollars from the bipartisan infrastructure investment to do a whole host of street calming, like major street calming efforts on the thoroughfares where a lot of these accidents happen. Okay, so that's good. What we could do is explore the speed cameras. They're handheld and they get speeders without the interaction between the driver and the police officer. So the police officer doesn't pull the person over, increasing traffic stops, comes there, it's a double-edged sword. And the number of officers who are able to pull people over is just limited because of all of the other stuff that they're working on. The speed cameras are controversial, but effective, and they would require a ballot measure to update the charter to say, yes, you can do speed cameras. But that's a big debate that citizens are going to have. It's incredibly effective. But there are big questions that people have, and it would require a major push, a ballot measure.
We got a question from the chat that I think is probably best for me to ask. Councilman Landsman, thanks for your commitment to the African American community.
Yeah.
Can we count on your commitment to fully fund the African American Chamber of Commerce? We develop many counseling hours to assist businesses and business plans, access to capital and real estate, growth and development, and our budget was cut by $75,000. Is there any increase for supporting the African American Chamber?
I think so. Yeah,
budget?
I did see that. It was down to 25 or something.
I don't know the exact amount.
Yeah, I
it
saw
was cut
that
by
yesterday. I saw that yesterday, and I wasn't sure why that was. Yeah, I've been a big supporter from day one. Not going to change. So yeah, that's part of, I think, some of the fixes that need to be made to the council or to the budget.
Awesome.
Yeah, sorry.
We had no worries. We had a great conversation with the new director Mays, over equity and inclusion. And one of the questions that I asked him was, how do you measure success for that department? Any take on that?
Yeah, I think the only thing I'd add is I think it's a great question. I think you should ask for measures. I think, keep asking for measures. To me, that's great. I think the big one for me is, are you increasing the diversity of your inclusion work? Meaning, so instead of just having an inclusion number, like what does the diversity within that number look like? Are we really increasing the number of participating organizations, or are we just going back to the same organizations, right? Like, are we really building out the capacity of this huge network of Black-owned businesses? And how do we measure that? And to me, that is, starting to measure the number of, new organizations that are, participating, and what we're doing to really help facilitate that.
Awesome.
So Greg, this is Greg also, maybe before, thanks for joining too. But to expand on that point, it sounds like what you're saying, which I totally agree with, if this is what you're saying, is that it's not just a measure of what percent of budget that Cincinnati is using towards minority-owned businesses, but it's also what percentage of the number of businesses that we're bringing to the table.
Yep.
Cincinnati.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, great.
Wonderful.
I know you've got a busy day, council member, and we have Mr. Eric Denson who's going to be joining us shortly. Did you want to say anything in closing to the Greater Cincinnati Realtors and the Greater Cincinnati Northern Kentucky African American Chamber? Anything maybe that you wanted to cover, didn't cover, anything that might have popped in your head over this time period?
Just always reach out whenever you have any issues. I know you all should have my email and cell, but I will put it in the chat. And
awesome, thank you.
Those of you who know me, I respond to all my emails and personally, which I enjoy doing. And people call me or text me, and it's nice. And I like solving problems. And my favorite part of this job is doing it with other people. I like doing it with people. So call me, email me, whatever you need.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
All right, keep up the good work.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. You do the same.
All right, bye, y'all.
And it's a swinging door. If you need our help too, Councilman,
Absolutely.
don't hesitate to give us a call.
100%.
And you know my number. You know how to reach me.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Bye.
All right. All right, we're going to just keep things flowing. We have Eric Denson, Department of Community and Economic Development. I'll go ahead and let you take the floor.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
Thank
morning.
you to the chamber members, Realtors members, and everyone else there attending. My name is Eric Denson. I'm a development analyst in the Department of Community and Economic Development. More specifically, I work with the small business team for the city of Cincinnati. Want to just run through a few programs that we have here at the city for small businesses, and then maybe get into a new web portal that we just launched earlier this month. But just for businesses that are looking at making improvements to their property that are in growth mode, we do have the commercial tax abatement program. Through that program, you can have up to 67% of the taxes on the improved value of your improvements exempted for up to a 15-year period. That program has been around for some time, and we do quite a few of those. So if you're in the position of making improvements, I would say probably at least $100,000 or more, because there are some annual fees associated with that program that would chip away at that benefit if it's not at least $100,000. But if you're in that situation, I would definitely ask you to look at that program, put in a call to us. There's an application. We can walk you through that and maybe run some numbers to see, so you can see what the benefit is and maybe take advantage of that. We do have staff here in the department that are focused on neighborhood development. Annually, we work with a nonprofit called the Cincinnati Neighborhood Business Districts United, or CNBDU, to make improvements in our neighborhoods. We work with business associations, development corps, community councils. Majority of what we do is make public improvements. So it could be increasing some parking. It can be just making some beautification in the area, making the area more walkable. So those two programs are probably the sort of the meat and potatoes of our department, the commercial tax abatement, as well as our MBDIP, which is neighborhood focused. But if you are a small business and you're looking for some space, you probably want to work with a commercial realtor, but we can help a little bit in that area. We do subscribe to a subscription called CoStar that allows us to find some smaller spaces that may be out in the neighborhood. So if you are looking at either relocating to the city or trying to find some new space in the city, you can reach out to us. We can run a search and see what we can find. We will mainly need the specs from you as far as square footage, what part of town you're interested in, that type of thing, and we can see what we can do to help. We do have, I know we talked about access to capital being an issue. That's continually an issue with small businesses. We do have a couple of loan programs offered here through the city. One is our micro city loan program. We contract with GCMI, Woodley Hills Group. They're located out there at Community Action Agency building. That loan program goes up to $35,000 per business. You do have to be located within city limits to participate in that program. Interest rate is great. It's currently Wall Street Journal Prime, which I believe is right now 3.25%. You have 7 years to repay that loan. One other benefit of that program, as opposed, and not knocking on financial institutions or anything like that, but GCMI is a microlender, and their focus is not always just strictly on the bottom line. A lot of times they are looking at how this investment in the business can improve the neighborhood that they're in. So there are other factors that come into play when you're going through the micro city loan program. If you're looking for more than $35,000, if you're looking for at least $100,000 or more, we do have a program called the Growth Cincinnati Loan Program. For that, we contract with a national nonprofit called the National Development Council. That product is an SBA 7A loan product. It can be used for pretty much any business use. And I probably should have mentioned that for the micro city as well. Pretty much any business use, whether it's for working capital, buying equipment, making minor improvements, all of those business uses are eligible through both of these loan programs. Growth Cincinnati, the average loan size is probably about $350,000. And as I mentioned, the minimum is $100,000. We don't compete with banks, so if you can already get the deal done through a bank, that's perfectly okay. A couple of advantages the program may have over a bank is that for real estate purchases, we require just 10% down, where a bank might require 20% down. And we also can go out 25 years on a repayment, where some institutions may only go out 20 years for repayment. And so that's some information about the two loan programs that we have. And I'll put some of this information in the chat, but all of this information is on our department website, which is choosecincy.com. That's choose, CINCY.com. We get calls, get emails, people ask about the pop-up shop program. We've done that downtown. We've done it in College Hill. We've done it in Madisonville and I believe in East Price Hill. Haven't done it over the last couple of years due to COVID, but we are very interested in trying to do it again. In the past, when we've done it with properties that were owned by community groups. A lot of times we already have an arrangement or a relationship with that community group. But we can do this program with a private owner. And so if you own some property in the neighborhoods that have pretty good walkability, good traffic flow, and you're not using that space currently, you're having a hard time maybe finding a tenant, we'd be happy to talk with you about the possibility of maybe using the space for a pop-up shop program. Typically, when we do the pop-up shops, we allow a business that doesn't or hasn't had a storefront to use space for a 3-month period. We assist them with the rent expense and maybe some other expenses related to setting up the space. The benefit is that it does give that business an opportunity to operate a storefront where they may not have had that ability in the past. So it's like a good test run for them to test out their product and also test out their ability to interact with customers in real time. So again, we are very interested in doing this program probably sometime in the fall this year. But again, if you have property that you're not using, having a hard time leasing, and you think it might be good for this program, we'd be happy to talk with you to see if we can make something work. Because again, that's been the hardest thing for us, is finding property to do the program. We have plenty of businesses that want to participate. It's just a matter of finding the right piece of property to actually host the program. Just also want to mention, we love the work that the African American Chamber does. They entrepreneurial trainings all the time, and they touch different businesses at different levels, whether you're starting out, whether you've been around for a while. We also provide support to Mortar. You guys are probably familiar with the good work they do. They've expanded to other cities with their program. We provide some support to Lightship Foundation, and just in touching on that one, Lightship Foundation is bringing Black Tech Week here to the city of Cincinnati. We're helping to support that. We're happy that Candace's group was able to pull that off. That will be July 18th through July 23rd. More information to follow on that, but we're pretty excited about that coming to the city of Cincinnati. And that sort of brings me to the other thing that I wanted to mention, which personally I know I'm very excited about, is the small business web portal that we launched earlier this month. And we are hoping that a lot of our ecosystem partners will take part in and share information on. It's designed as a one-stop shop for small businesses. And so if you're a small business and you're looking, like you said, you want to start a business, African American Chamber can help with that, MBAC can help with that, GCMI, ECDI, SCORE. We have a lot of groups that have that expertise, and that's one of the strengths of this area. You can go out to the web portal and find the contact information for all of those organizations that I just mentioned. Get in contact with those groups, set up appointments, talk through what you're trying to do, and they can help you try to get your business off the ground. So the connection piece is the main thing with this portal, is that it's a good way to find out where you can go to get the right help at the right time. The other piece that we like to promote as part of the portal is that there's a calendar of events section out there. And so whether you're looking to just start a business or you've been around for a while and just need some help with some marketing, or need some help with your construction company, need some help with estimating, you can go out to the site, search the site for the different trainings that are going on, and find out, you might see something that you like. You can get registered for the training right there on the site. One struggle that we've had in the small business role is that, it's a blessing, but it's also a curse, in that a lot of these groups, as I mentioned, they have so much good training, so much good content out there, and they're trying to get it out to the general public, and they're probably hitting a good number of people, but it's just hard to get it to everyone. And so, we'll find out about a training and we'll send it out to our connections, and I'm sure a lot of our other partners do the same. With this site, we're trying to get all of that information onto one site, and so you don't have to worry about getting missed on an email or something like that. If you just go to the site, a lot of that information will be right there on the site. We're asking that our partners also share success stories out there, upcoming events, different opportunities, funding opportunities, all of that would be on the site. A good way to get to the site, the link, I'll put the link in the chat, but it's kind of long. An easy way to get to it is to go to choosecincy.com, or our department website. and then select small business assistance at the top. And once you select that, right below that is a link to enter the small business web portal. So that's mainly the information I wanted to share, but I'm be happy to answer any questions. If anyone wanted to talk about any of the opportunities that we ran through earlier, again, we'd be happy to connect with you to talk about things further and see how we can help. We work real closely with DEI, Valeria down there, and the new director, Mr. Colin Mays. He's jumped right in and he's doing a lot of programming, so we're excited about that. We work closely with Mr. Art Dahlberg's group with BNI. We work with the health department. So a lot of times, feel free to just reach out to us and we'll put you in contact with the right person at the right department.
Great. You dropped a lot of information on us. We appreciate it. So if you could please follow up with any of that with links in the chat, any contact information, how do we contact you? We did have a question or two in the chat, so I'll go ahead and get those started. What are the underwriting requirements aside from the listed qualifications to be approved for a micro city loan?
The main thing is going to be your ability to demonstrate your ability to repay the loan. That's going to be the final determiner. As with most lending institutions, they will look at credit. Again, they may be a little more lenient than you might see at a financial institution because they are a micro lender. You have to be located within the city, and you have to be for profit. But the main determinant will be your ability to show through your pro forma or through your past experience, whether you have, if you've been operating for a while and you have tax returns that can show that you have the ability to repay the service debt on the loan. That'll be the main determinant.
Okay, and is there any emergency funding available for businesses?
We had a round that just closed, I believe, last month. Its focus, it was the MBDSG, Neighborhood Business District Support Grant. We received 120 applications. We're working with Homebase to go through those applications now. That is the only one that I'm aware of. And that's just passed. I'm not aware of any other emergency assistance grant funding through any other entities right now. But that one, we're reviewing those applications and hopefully we'll have some decisions within the next month on how we can help some businesses. Those will be $10,000 grants. We're hoping that we can get 30 to 40 of them approved. It'd be great if we could do more, but we are still in that review process.
Great.
Fun fact, I met Eric when I was at Smart Money, and Eric and I worked together as we were distributing funds. That was an emergency fund we were doing back then. It was right after the civil unrest in 2000, and I was working with Eric to help distribute emergency funds for businesses that had been impacted by the unrest. So it's great to have you on here today and see you again, Eric. My question is, then your department with community development controls all of the vacant land, vacant parcels, as well as any other information, any other parcels that the city may control. Am I correct in that?
We do maintain a list of city-owned properties. Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm. How would we get access to those lists of properties? Are they on a website that you can share? And what is the process in which we or anyone could get and actually take control of that property? Good question. Real good question. I look like I'm gonna have a lot to put into the chat. That is also on our website, choosecincy.com. There's a link that I'll put into the chat that shows all of the properties located or controlled by the city. If you see one out there that you're interested in and would like to potentially purchase, there's an online form that you complete, and that's handled actually by someone on our housing side. I think that will trigger an RFP process. And so you'll be able to send in a request for that property as well as other people in the public will be able to submit a request for that property. And then it goes through a review process. But yeah, I can definitely put that link in the chat as well.
And when you go through that review process, what's some of the criteria and qualifications that you look for? What's a winning entity, person, LLC that gets control of one of those properties? What does their proposal or their application look like?
Good. Yes, another good question. I might have to get back to you a little bit on that one. I know we're looking for highest and best use. And so the best fit for that area, a lot of it depends on what you want to do with the property. But that's a real good question that I'll probably have to get with the person on our housing side that actually is a part of those reviews to maybe get you some better answers on what they're looking for when they go through that process. That's a real good question.
Oh, Eric, this is Greg. I got actually I have two questions. How you doing?
Sure.
One is this is a quick one. In regards to the emergency funding, I'm assuming that if someone wants to try to be prepared for the next round of that, it's just a matter of going to Choose Cincy and just kind of staying abreast of that or just checking in every now and then.
That's what we're hoping. Yes. Again, it's just been hard because there have been a lot of groups receiving funding, and it's been hard getting the word out. Coming to Choose Cincy, getting to that web portal would probably be a real good way to access information about any emergency funding that comes up in the future, as well as just any other initiatives that we might be involved in. We're hoping to drive a lot of traffic to that site so it could be a one-stop shop. Yes.
Okay. My next question is kind of around what Derick asked. In regards to city-owned properties, I know there's been some things in the media around different larger companies coming in, buying big lots of properties and taking away the opportunity for homeowners or business owners to take a property because you got these big companies coming from outside of the city buying properties. I don't know if you're aware of anything like that happening within these types of properties that you have for the city. And if so, if you're doing anything to try to kind of combat that kind of activity.
As I understand it, that isn't as much of an issue for the properties that we have. We don't have much in the way of actually developable properties that are really good for larger developments. These are the ones on our list are slivers of land here or there type of thing. And so it is actually, it's probably something more of where an individual or a smaller LLC or a smaller business might be interested in. It's not the type that you just described, where there's a big interest in the properties. These are normally, as I mentioned again, just slivers that we ended up owning through other transactions.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, Mr. Denson. As we close with you to transition to Angie, do you have any closing remarks?
No, again, just thanks for having me. Again, I'll get a lot of this information into the chat, and Derick, you're right. That goes back a while, 20 years. You got us out of a lurch because you were right in the middle of the unrest. I mean, you were right in the middle of it. And it was an emergency grant program that you helped get the money out to a lot of businesses to try to get them back on their feet. So you're exactly right. We appreciate the work you did then, and certainly appreciate what you're doing with the Realtors.
Thank you so much, Eric. And we're going to have to bring you in over to the Realtors for an opportunity to speak directly with our members. I think that'd be a great opportunity for you and for us.
Will do.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hello and welcome, Angie. She is the Department of Transportation and Engineering. So go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what's going on. You're muted.
My apologies. Yes, thank you. My name's Angie Struntz. I work with the Department of Transportation and Engineering. I'm an architect, but I am the division manager for our development permits and urban design section. So I'll take any questions that you have. I'd also thought maybe it'd be beneficial to give you a brief overview of what our department does and how we operate for the city. So just high level, our department has about 200 staff members, professional staff members. We have engineers, architects, planners, surveyors. We have administrative technicians, accountants in our department. And kind of in a nutshell, we manage the right of way. So anything in the right of way we manage, and we manage that for all users. Our department has major programs that we run. Our largest program is our street rehabilitation program. But we also have the bike program, Vision Zero, pedestrian safety. We manage all things related to traffic. So all the traffic signals and lighting and signage. We manage Lunken Airport. We're responsible, we have structural engineers on staff, so we're responsible for bridges, steps, retaining walls, all those kind of things we have here in Cincinnati. We have a sidewalk repair program. We have staff that are directly help manage the streetcar. We also deal with neighborhoods and development projects. So we have staff here that review all large development projects that may have an impact to the public right of way. We work with neighborhoods on big and small things, everything from a neighborhood gateway to a streetscape project. So we do that. So in our department, we do a couple things because we have design staff. We can take those projects, we can design them, bid them, and manage them through construction in the right of way. And we also have projects for whatever reason, we need to hire a consultant to do that design work. So we do things both ways. I don't know if I mentioned before, our permitting section. So that's a big thing that we do that may impact what you do. So any work in the public right of way requires a DOTE permit. That's here in our office here in City Hall on the 4th floor. So, we're managing, and again, it could be small, it could be a driveway, but it could be a really large development project, which requires, a new traffic signal or a new lane in the roadway. So that varies significantly. Let's see. Is there any questions on that? Like big picture, what we do or how that might impact what you need?
I don't see any questions yet, so please, everyone, if you have any questions, go ahead and drop them in the chat. Just to give you a heads up, Angie, I just want to let you know, Mayor Aftab will get on at 11, so we will allow him to jump on with the time that he has, and then we'll transition back to you, but we'll keep you on as a panelist. So until he is on, continue.
Okay, that's really it in a big picture. We always have upcoming projects coming up, bike trail projects or our pedestrian safety projects, roadway projects, and those are all bid using the city's procurement rules and regulations through the purchasing department. We are not a maintaining agency. We have to work with our city partners, like in public service for most of our maintenance. We do have staff, however, that the one thing we do is all things electric. So we have staff that deals with, lights that are out or traffic signals that need repair. So that's kind of it in a nutshell, what we do. And like I said, we can let the mayor come on here in a second. And if there's any questions after, I'll be happy to answer them.
Angie, I know in the news here recently, we've been having a wide and unfortunate events with pedestrians and street traffic. How is your department handling that, and what do you foresee as some of the future solutions to that moving forward?
Yeah, that's a great question. We have a lot of focus here in our department on pedestrian safety and traffic calming. We have different programs. We have the Vision Zero Ped Safety program. The manager of that program is very involved with communities. She meets with communities every month. She meets with all 52 neighborhoods, trying to get an idea of what the people on the ground, what are those specific areas where they know of in their own community that need improvements for safety. And we as a department also know, we're taking stock of where traffic accidents are, pedestrian accidents. So we also have hotspots. We work with the police on that as well, as to where areas we may want to tackle. We also have a street calming program for speed humps. So we're working really in conjunction with Ped Safety and with speed humps. We're listening to neighborhoods. We're trying new things. We have a lot of new pilot programs that we're trying, new things to help slow traffic. So, you know, everything from maybe bump outs in the roadway to we're trying a pinch point here pretty soon. That'll be new. Like I said, speed humps, you know, even streetscape items can help calm traffic in a neighborhood, whether it's street trees or just, you know, a nice uniform appearance. 24/7 parking on the roadway is another thing we've tried quite a bit, you know, through North Side and up into College Hill. That's going on now. So there's a lot of different things that we're working on, new things and some old things. But we kind of tackle those hotspots we have, and we really listen to our constituents because they're the people, you know, they're living in their own neighborhoods and they all know where those hotspots are. And we try to tackle it and prioritize that way with the resources that we have.
Great, thank you. Oh, here we go. Good morning, Mayor.
Morning, how is everybody?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for taking a sliver of time out to talk to us today.
Of course, I wish you guys were in the City Hall. I've got donuts today. The Salvation Army dropped off 3 dozen donuts, and I've eaten 2 dozen, but there's 1 dozen available for everyone. So if you want to, Briston, if you want to pop on over.
Yeah, that's my kryptonite. So,
well, thanks so much. I'm not aware of all the scheduling that goes into this, but I'm so grateful for the opportunity to give an update from City Hall and answer any questions people might have.
Well, welcome, Mr. Mayor. Derick Dansby, President of the Greater Cincinnati Realtors. We're a group of majority African-American real estate agents and other real estate professionals. So if you like, I mean, if you just want to maybe talk, I know you've been putting a lot of effort and energy into housing here recently. Maybe you could just share with us some of those initiatives that you're working on, so we can be aware and find a way to help support you and your administration.
Great, I really appreciate it. So we have really made housing a strategic priority for our administration. And so right from the beginning, during our transition, we had a housing working group prior to even being sworn in. Once we got sworn in, we then set up our government in a way that reflected our priorities. So for the first time ever, we actually have a committee on council that is focused specifically on growing more of our housing stock and leveraging our funds to create more affordable and low-income housing in our city. It's first time ever, and that committee is led by Councilmember Reggie Harris, who's really an expert in the field given his background. And we've hit the ground running. The biggest, most impactful thing that we did, in my opinion, is we increased funding to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to $57 million, which is the most that's ever been in there. But more importantly, we reformed the way that we budget in order to ensure that the carryover budget at the end of the year also funds the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So what that means from a bottom line perspective is for the first time ever, we have a sustainable year over year funding source towards the trust fund that will be between $2 and $5 million every single year. And that's unprecedented in the city of Cincinnati. We put together a housing advisory board to help CDF administer these funds to make sure that this group is broad, it's diverse, it's reflective of the community that we're trying to serve. And it also has subject matter experts on there in order to make these dollars incredibly impactful. The Housing Advisory Board, in addition to making sure that the $57 million is spent effectively and intentionally with racial equity at its core, is also charged with leveraging these public dollars in order to get more private dollars. And so the Housing Advisory Board has been working hard to get more dollars from community funds at universities and hospitals and large corporations and also the county, frankly, to really turn this trust fund into something more akin to Columbus, which is really a regional effort and is funded in a similar manner. So we're really excited that we're putting our money where our mouth is as it relates to housing, but it's more than that. We've also got to work hard to make sure that our laws are reflective of the kinds of housing that we want across the city. And so what we've already done, led by Councilmember Reggie Harris, is reform the way we do LIHTC applications in the city to ensure lower income housing tax credits from the state to ensure that we're bringing more affordable housing units onto the market more quickly. We've also prioritized housing in our development deals. We've been really successful in making sure that our housing and our development deals reflects those priorities. So for example, the Macy's headquarters, the large skyscraper in the middle of downtown has been left vacant for the last several years. Well, our council, myself, and the developer got together and are now turning that into over 300 units of workforce housing right in the middle of our city. And so those really big, bold investments are indicative of our priority. Now, moving forward, we still have a lot of work to do. Councilmember Harris is convening a housing summit later this month, where we'll be talking about transit-oriented development, multifamily units, auxiliary dwelling units. We'll be talking about density. We'll be talking about parking requirements. We'll be talking about walkability, so that our zoning code reflects the kinds of dense, diverse neighborhoods that we're all trying to create. So the last thing I'll say, and what we'll be announcing very, very soon, is we're making reforms to our tax abatement process for residences. Right now, a lot of the tax incentives are concentrated in our wealthiest neighborhoods. And so our administration is taking a look at that and seeing how we can be intentional to continue to create growth in our community, but do it in a way that prioritizes racial equity.
So what are some initiatives for Black-owned business owners or startups?
Great question. So we just launched our budget last week, the mayor's budget, and we really, we talk about racial equity a lot, but it's also reflected in our budget. So most notably, the only leverage support organizations that got an increase were the African American Chamber, the ArtsWave Fund for Black and Brown artists, the Hillman Accelerator, and Mortar. They all got a $25,000 increase, and for Mortar that was significant because I think they get about $65,000 from the city. So really strong investment in Black-led organizations that represent and support Black businesses. We also made a $700,000 investment in Represent, which is an organization that provides capital to Black-owned businesses in OTR to give them the capital they need to grow, but also give them the capital they need to start. Because I think it's fair to question how quickly our city is growing and whether or not we're growing with racial equity as a priority and making sure that Black and brown businesses have a slice of that pie, a larger and larger slice. And so organizations like Represent work incredibly hard to do that. We also put $1 million in training childcare providers to enter the workforce. 88% of childcare providers are Black and women-led organizations. So that is a direct infusion of cash into organizations that support Black businesses. And frankly, the two biggest expenditures on the capital side, $7 million to site readiness for high-tech manufacturing, and $5 million for closing the digital divide. Those two investments will have a massive impact on our Black and brown communities. We are working with Altifiber on closing the digital divide to choose one low-income neighborhood to devote those resources to, whether it's making more internet capable devices available, whether it's putting more public Wi-Fi in the neighborhood, or whether it's connecting more houses to broadband. Those are the options on the table. And once we choose a neighborhood, we'll be able to flesh those details out more. And then the $7 million for site readiness, those dollars are going into Queensgate and the West End along the I-75 corridor. And they'll be creating jobs where the talent base will be most accessible to our Black and Brown communities. So in many ways, this budget is really historic in how it is investing real dollars in organizations and businesses that support our Black community.
Hello, Mayor FTAP. This is Greg. How you doing?
Hey, Greg. Good to see you.
Hey, you too. So the two programs you just mentioned, Site Readiness and or the two organizations, Site Readiness and Closing the Digital Divide. How do we as an organization and other organizations tap into that to try to provide that kind of funding or those resources to Black-owned businesses that we're working with to try to give them some contractual contracts and things of that nature? So
yeah, it's a great question. None of these initiatives happen without community engagement and without a big, broad table. And so it'll be my job to ensure that the African American Chamber and its businesses have a seat at the table, that access to these resources are transparent and accessible. And I have strong commitments from all of the players, whether it's 4C, which is handling our childcare provider pipeline, or the port, or Alta Fiber. Strong commitments from them about the intention for these dollars, which is to address issues facing our Black and Brown communities. So without your organization's buy-in, we can't meet that goal. So it'll be critical moving forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I was glad to hear about the selecting another neighborhood, because we know OTR is really ramping up and we want to see a whole lot more OTRs in the city. So I'm happy to hear that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, do you have any other questions? We still have 2 more minutes. I'm going to try and snatch the last few seconds we got. So
Sure.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, how do you define success as it relates to equity inclusion and doing businesses with Black-owned business owners? Excuse me.
Yeah, it's a great question. What I define success during my administration is 2 things. Number 1 is growing our city, making sure we have the resources necessary to do the big things that we want to do. And number 2, improving the lives of Black people in Cincinnati. And the way that I define the second is through ownership. Black ownership of homes, Black ownership of businesses, and Black ownership of neighborhoods. The number of Black ownership. And so all of these direct investments that we're doing is intended to create more ownership of Black businesses. So we talked about Represent, we talked about increased funding for the African American Chamber, we talked about childcare, but we're also focused on Black ownership of homes. And so Vice Mayor Kearney has really led the way on this effort. We have put $2 million into the American Dream Down Payment Investment Act, which is our opportunity to provide grants and low interest loans to first-time homebuyers who are largely African American in our city, because we've seen that wealth creation for communities across the country are often tied to home ownership. And so our work to create more MBE participation in development deals, particularly around housing, our work to revise our tax abatement process on the residential side, and then our work to provide more resources to first-time homebuyers will hopefully work in tandem to create more Black ownership in our city of homes.
Wonderful. Thank you again so much. Do you have any closing remarks?
Who day, baby? Who day?
Who day? Thank you.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, Angie, I know we kind of cut into your time, so I want to give you the floor back if you have any closing remarks. I didn't see any additional questions, so please feel free.
Well, he's a tough act to follow. I didn't have anything else to add. Again, any questions? I mean, our department's here to help. We love reaching out to, neighborhoods, community councils. We deal with businesses all the time as they grow and change and impact the public right away as well. So yeah, we're here to help, and that's really all I have.
I've got a question for you, Angie. That's okay. This is Greg. And I don't even know if this is in your ballpark, if you will, but I know you mentioned that your department deals with bridges and whatnot. And I don't know if you are a part of the bridge going from here to Northern Kentucky, but I just know I heard that there was a foreign company got the contract to work, a large contract to work on that bridge. And I was just curious around, I guess, how that happened or what justified that kind of versus getting some local businesses to work on that kind of project.
Yeah, that's a huge question, and I'm afraid I can't answer that. That is all the state of Ohio. It's all ODOT. So our department is involved in the bridge project and really all the spaghetti roadway that's north of the bridge project. We're involved in that, reviewing their preliminary plans. I say preliminary, but the project's been going on, longer than I've worked at the city, a very long time. So they collaborate with us, but in terms of the hiring, and you're probably talking about the design portion that they've done so far, is all ODOT. And I really can't speak to how they arrived at that. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Did you have any closing remarks for us, Angie, before we get you out of here? I don't see any other questions in the chat. Did you have anything you wanted to let us know about things that we should be aware of?
No, I didn't have any closing remarks. I just, thank everybody for their time this morning and also for their patience on the roads. We know we're entering construction season, so it gets a little crazy. Our department's always happy to hear when something's not working, so let us know that as well, and we'll try to make it right.
And thank you for your patience with us.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've also got another person that's been very patient this whole time. Councilmember Reggie Harris, how are you today, sir?
Doing well. Glad to be here with you all.
Awesome. We want to first of all thank you and your office. Noah has been outstanding. I'm kind of the old vet at this. This is incredible. In the past, we've worked with Councilmember Amy Murray's office to help coordinate this, but this year, you were the lucky office that we worked with to help us coordinate City Hall Day. So thank you, and have the floor to kind of introduce yourself. And you're talking with a lot of real estate professionals as well as with a lot of other Black-owned business. So if you want to just take the floor to introduce yourself and what you're working on and how the issues that you're working on impact us, that would be great.
Yeah, it's great. Well, I'm excited. We are excited at our office to be able to host City Hall Day. Today we have lots of things going on today. It's the beginning of Pride Month, so we're going to raise a Pride flag and do a block party, and there's a Healthy Neighborhoods Committee. So I particularly love City Hall kind of during the week, Monday through Wednesday, because it's just like at any given point in the day, like, just really incredible stuff can be happening. So this is exciting. So Reggie Harris, I am newly elected to Cincinnati City Council. My background, I'm a clinical social worker by training, but I worked for a national nonprofit real estate development company. And so I spent 4.5 years doing what I call the people side of development. And so my role was working in the region that we defined at the company as Indiana, Ohio, and Michigan, working closely with my development colleagues to figure out what are the social and economic factors that needed to be in place for large mixed income developments. So we worked in communities that historically had faced disinvestment. And so what does it mean to be a responsible both developer and owner in communities that had been and experienced this investment? So they gave me insight to a couple of things, right? So I spent a lot of time working on development projects and beginning to understand the financials of development. Because part of what I did was I added more expense to developments, right? I wanted service dollars. And so I began to understand the ways in which density impacted the sort of the numbers of a project. I understood what it meant to be able to have resources in the capital stack that were forgivable loans or low interest loans, or because that then had a direct impact on the services that I could provide to residents. Because that was the case, Mayor Pureval made me the chair of the city's first committee dedicated to housing, and it's titled Equitable Growth in Housing. And so we deal with not only development, but also tourism, special events, and then certain aspects of economic development. And I think that's important because I'm on a call full of experts, and you recognize the inextricable link between housing stock, housing supply, and a city's growth and its economic growth. I really have come into office with a few really clear ideas in mind, and I want to talk specifically about housing, and then I want to talk a little bit about sort of Black folks in Cincinnati. From a housing standpoint, I feel like our conversations they've been disjointed and they've been super polarized, and we haven't had a single vision to focus on. So, there's a perspective in the city from the housing advocates' perspective that the city is completely unaffordable and that we are living in a booming market and that there's tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of money to be had, and that the greedy people are not sharing it. And, Cincinnati is like New York City, right? Which we know that is not the case. Right? We know that Cincinnati is growing. We know that Cincinnati is a soft to medium market, and we're trying to, make it a growing market. We know that there's opportunity in the city, but we know that the opportunity is really sort of contingent upon some smart and strategic policy decisions. And so, in order to kind of bring these voices together, we have to level set in, be able to define really sort of in concrete numbers, like where we are as a city and where we need to go, and what are our challenges related to housing, related to jobs, and related to wages. And so we are hoping to begin that conversation with the housing summit that we're hosting, which Mr. Dansby will be one of the panelists on our housing summit, to talk about what are the components of thriving, healthy neighborhoods. Right? What does it look like to have a neighborhood that has a healthy housing stock for home ownership, but also a thriving neighborhood business district, and that's walkable and accessible to transportation? And what components need to be there so that communities can begin to look at their current sort of makeup, assets, right? As well as areas of improvement, to begin to think about, okay, so when we talk about transit, what does it mean to have a bus stop in our business district? And okay, so now we have people who are getting on and off the bus, but what else do we need in our community so that when we say we want a grocery store, we have the heads in the community to support the grocery store? We say that we want a restaurant or some sort of entertainment amenity. What are the things that need to happen in the community to be able to do that? So that, for me, I think is important, because as we look to the future, the mayor probably talked about this, transit-oriented development is definitely a place where we feel it's an important focus for us. We made this huge investment in our transportation system with issue 7, the tax increase to support expanding our bus system. And so it's yeah, okay, now we're doing this piece around our transportation system. We're going to have bus rapid transit. So what does it mean to capitalize on that? So happy to answer questions and to talk more about that. And then the second piece I wanted to talk about, and I actually have had this conversation with Brother Derick a couple of times, where in the fall, and I've talked to some folks, I also want to plan and execute what I'm calling sort of a Black developer and Realtor Conference. Because so often there are disparities in this city that are undeniable between Black people and our white counterparts: health, education, wage attainment. Yes. But I find myself challenged that in a lot of conversations, I find that being low income and being Black are kind of sort of like, I'm going to say synonymized. That's not a word, I know, but sort of like equated. And we think that all interventions that are for folks who are in a low socioeconomic status are then also equally interventions for Black people. And I feel that that is a dangerous place to always be, because we then don't recognize a whole group of Black working professionals that are investors, that are business owners, that are entrepreneurs, that have access to capital and are not a part of our city's growth because we have pigeonholed strategies that are beneficial to Black people being strategies that are beneficial just to folks who are low income. And it's like everything in the world, it's a yes and. It's a yes that there's a reality to disparities in their impact. And then there's also a reality that there are Black people who are investors and producers and builders and business owners. And so part of when I think about equity and development is really thinking about how we make sure in a city, and I say this all the time, I know that this 2020 census put us at 42% African American, but the history of Cincinnati, the growth of Cincinnati, the foundation of Cincinnati is a 50% African American city. You cannot talk about Cincinnati without talking about Black contributions. And so that it is, I believe that in all of the sort of structures that we build in this city, that we need to have that representation. So that's kind of this thing that we're working on. The Housing Summit is Saturday, June 11th, 9 to 1 at Arco and East Price Hill. And then I will make sure that Noah sends everyone the link to register if you're interested. And in the future is thinking about, and like I said, if I don't reach out, if I'm not being inclusive, Brother Derick will ping me. So, he will be a part of this, but begin thinking about this, this sort of Black developer housing gathering to just understand the state, do an inventory of who's working in this market in the city, and to just be able to have a place to connect, have the city be able to talk about opportunities, and to just have a roadmap moving forward. So I'm gonna stop there. And yeah.
The city realtors are happy and welcome that collaboration with you and your office. I think that'd be a wonderful opportunity for the city as well as for the region. And I know that you're working on a variety of things, and I know the data that there's a 40% gap between Black homeownership and white homeownership in the city. And unfortunately, while we're going through the midst of a housing boom, so to speak, the African American homeownership rate has decreased over the past 2 years. What are you working on from a housing perspective, and how is the budget reflecting our need to have a more of a focused effort on Black homeownership in the city?
Yeah, so we did from our ARP dollars a $300,000 sort of one-time down payment into the American Dream. It's ADDIE, the program. I won't get the acronym correctly, but also what I support in the budget is the mayor's increased funding to Black entrepreneurship. We also, in terms of thinking about then maintenance of neighborhoods and keeping folks in their home, the Safe and Clean Fund and the Harbor Fund, right? So sort of thinking about what are all of the ways in which life and opportunity can get in the way of wealth creation and wealth stabilization. So I think that you will see that in our budget. You see that commitment to Mortar in terms of their business incubator, our commitment to the African American Chamber, with our dollars. And so if one was to do a fiscal map, of our dollars and then look at key areas that impact African-American wealth creation and maintenance, you would see a significant funding, and I would argue an increase in those dollars in our budget. But, you know, part of the job for us is that economic investment, yes, but then also creating pathways for and ensuring that there aren't barriers to real participation economically, right? Land ownership, any incentive program that, you know, it provides capital or any sort of technical assistance. And to the extent that we can always be learning and understanding how some of these programs may not or may be beneficial, that's where I see the focus moving forward.
We had some questions or in the chat regarding the involvement of the Real Estate Investment Association group in the Housing Summit. Was there, have they been invited to join in, or do they have information on that summit?
Yeah, I will double check. I think I put that in there. I mean, we have a huge listserv of folks that we send information out to. You will see we'll get the panelists and the moderators and the sessions on board. So you'll see a real diversity in experience with this housing summit, not only around race, but, you know, expertise and topic, because the idea is not to just have, you know, players as usual, or people who are working in this space have a unique perspective. So we will make sure that that association is on the listserv, but we cast a really sort of wide net and partnered with LISC, with the Chamber, with the Cincinnati NAACP Housing Committee, with the Urban League, with the Urban Land Institute, my office, the mayor's office, to just, you know, get a wide swath of support.
Wonderful, thank you. So we have another question, comment from the chat. So Councilman Harris, thank you for your commitment to transgender issues and concerns and Black real estate developers. Can we count on your commitment to fully fund the African American Chamber of Commerce? Excuse me. We not only host effective programs such as this forum, today, we assist businesses with their growth and development goals with business counseling, technical assistance, access to capital. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is what Councilman Relanza and I talked about this, that there was $75,000 last year. This year is $25,000. Yes, it is going to be a part of my my motion proposals to raise back up to that previous $75,000 commitment. So yes, that is an affirmative, and I will work with my colleagues to get support of that.
Thank you, much appreciated.
If I could ask, thanks, Mr. Harris, for joining us. This is Greg. And just in relation to that, you know, with inflation and all that's upon us now, maybe above 75,000 might be a nice figure. So I just thought I'd throw that out in the environment that we're in.
Hey, I believe in like get the ask out. I tell people all the time, listen, do the ask. And I will say this, I agree. And I think that for this council, we are in a unique situation in that we have to be responsible stewards of our dollars as we think about our budget and our deficit and going forward, right? I know that there are, you know, how we were traditionally funded with our earnings tax and people working from home and not the impacts of COVID. I mean, that is upended. And so really sort of thinking about what are cities of the 21st century and what are cities of the 21st century that are progressive in the city and governed by regressive politics? Because if you notice, at the state level, every time they can sort of pass a law to sort of supersede what we can do for ourselves or our city, we find ourselves in this place. And so I just say that to say that I think, you know, at least for me, and I've had these conversations with my council members, and I see Brother Scotty has joined, you know, we're just that piece of like, what is the current investment? Because we know we need to like make sure that we are innovating and pushing, but then what does that cushion need to be? So I hear you, and we will do as much as we can, but what I can commit to is definitely getting us back to that 75,000 threshold.
Thank you.
And we appreciate that. And we want to honor our commitment by allowing you to have the opportunity to say some of your last remarks as we give you an opportunity to get back to the working for the people. Anything you want to leave us out with? Any last remarks? If you can, also please drop the information on the housing summit.
Yep, no, just put that in. Put in the link.
Awesome,
Yeah.
Perfect. But yeah, if you want
Please,
anything else you want to speak on, please go for it.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited about the opportunity to work closely and to collaborate. I really do believe that our future is bright. I really do believe. I will say this. You know, narrative and what gets shown is powerful, and we are experiencing some very challenging times in our country and our city, and that is without a doubt, and that is real. But one of the blessings of being an elected official is that in so many ways, I get to see the greatness and the creativity of people in everyday life. And so what I know in my heart to be true for every act of violence or every sort of act of hate and discrimination, there are people that are creating and doing beautiful things. And so I think that what this group is doing and the folks on this call are doing, I really hope to lift up to show equally that while that there are things that we definitely need to work on, that there are really creative, exciting things happening, and Black people are at the center of those things. So appreciate the time.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Councilmember Harris. We appreciate you, and we appreciate your dedication to the commitment.
Absolutely.
And if there's anything you need from any of us, please don't hesitate to let us know.
Yeah, please do.
Awesome.
Take care.
Take care.
Thank you, Councilman Harris.
And as we continue to move down our agenda, pretty much from now until 1:30, we've got a long list of all of the rest of the remaining council members. And we've got Councilmember Scotty Johnson, who's on deck, and right followed by Councilmember Johnson. We've got our director from MSD, but first and foremost, Scotty, welcome to City Hall Day, co-sponsored by the Greater Cincinnati Northern Kentucky African American Chamber and the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association. Welcome. Please take an opportunity to reintroduce yourself and tell us a little bit about some of the things that you're working on.
Thanks, Derick. Thank you very much, Derick. What a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to be amongst great people, great minds, great leaders as I'm on this call with you. Scotty Johnson, Chair of Law and Governance, Law, Safety and Governance Committee, newly elected in January. We are now, I think you've heard over and over again, it's budget season. So right now, everybody is working to make sure that we have a structurally balanced budget. But in addition to a structurally balanced budget, I think Reggie alluded to it. We want to make sure that if we're going to be this great city of inclusion and this great city of equality and all of those great buzzwords, we got to put our money where our mouth is. So when it comes to organizations like the Chamber, the African American Chamber, we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can as a city to be an assist to make sure that the Chamber is in a position to fulfill all its goals and is in a position to fulfill everything that there's a desire for the Chamber to accomplish. And we know that doesn't come free. Nothing is free in this society. So we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can, including funding. the chamber to the best of our ability so that the chamber can maximize all that it needs to do to move not only African Americans, but all citizens in the city of Cincinnati forward to where they are maximizing their potential. So it's budget season. To answer your question, we're all working on a budget right now. Being the chair of law and governance and safety, unfortunately, we've seen an uptick in some of the shootings. We had a 15-year-old young man in the West End killed Sunday morning. And we just have to keep doing everything that we can as a city, as legislators, along with the cooperation of the community and the police to make Cincinnati the safest place in the Midwest. So that's just a brief overview of where we are, but it's a much deeper dive. I think you saw in our budget where youth employment got $1 million. I think that's more than we've ever invested in our young people. And then when you talk about investing in young people, we've got a new formula. We call it boots on the ground, grassroots organizations. This morning, I Dream Academy was in at my committee and they talked about some of the work that they're doing, Mr. Smith. So those are things as a council, and if we're going to be this city of equality and inclusion, we got to make sure that those boots on the ground organizations are funded, and so that they can maximize what they bring to the table to make Cincinnati great.
Councilmember, what role does homeownership and Black business, Black ownership of businesses, what role does that play in crime and safety?
Well, number one, the role that Black home ownership and Black entrepreneurship brings, first and foremost, it can be the foundation for building generational wealth. Let's be honest, one of the most important things I never will forget as a young guy, a long time ago when I was a kid, as a young guy, one of the first things that my uncles and my dad and everybody talked to me about was owning your own, getting your own and owning your own. So when I bought my first house in 1989, I think it was such a proud moment for me because I was just 4 years out of college, 5 years out of college. No, I'm sorry, back up. Yeah, 4 or 5 years out of college. But to be in a position, I know I'm old, quit laughing at me, to be in a position to where you're able to do that and start accumulating wealth was a foundation for me. So to answer your question, what it does is first and foremost, it instills a level of pride. It's yours, so you're going to take care of it. You worked hard to get it, so you are going to covet it to a point where you appreciate it. And what that does is starts to move the needle when it comes to having money and having resources to where crime doesn't even come into your mind to start doing things outside the guides of the law. Black entrepreneurship helps all the way around. It makes everybody better because we do start to see young people seeing people that look like them, owning stores, owning a realtor agency, owning things to where, hey, I can do that. And I don't care what anybody says, when people see themselves represented, it moves the needle and makes people believe beyond their circumstances. When I was young and I walked into I was raised in a house, praise God, but my uncles had houses, their friends had houses. When you see that, you really do believe you can become that. So it helps all the way around to answer your question. It helps us start to move people out of a poverty mindset. That's not just germane to Black people, but it moves people out of a poverty mindset to say, yes, I can. And then, let me say this real fast. We were in a meeting the other day, and every time somebody alluded to low income. They equated to Black. And I just had to say, stop it. All Black people are not living below the poverty line. All Black people, when you say poverty, it doesn't necessarily equal Black people. Unfortunately, we got too many people in poverty, far too many Black people. But to answer your question, it helps to generate that mindset and just generate things to move you into a whole nother sphere. So it's so important and it's so vital.
You're absolutely correct. Thank you for that. Poverty is not a color. So.
And we need to stop. We got to check people when it becomes that. So I'm one of those people who say, whoa, let's move that needle. That does not equate, because praise God, it's not me. I grew up poor. Yes, we were poor. It was 5 of us, but I'm not a poor man now. So there is a transitional out of that if opportunity is presented. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you out.
No, not at all. Breaking the generational curse, that everyone has their different tags on it, but it is possible. We see it. We are it. So, okay. We are.
So I've got a question for you, Mr. Johnson. I'm Greg, and I was glad to hear that you met with iDream Academy. I know they're members of ours, and I know they've got a great mission to help the community. As I know, we have a lot of other businesses, nonprofit and for-profit, but that want to engage in the community and be a support. So I think that there may be others out there that can help you. How can they get engaged with you to see if their work fits in with what you're trying to do for the city?
Well, you know what? Hey, we're at a point now, and I think you heard Reggie talk about it. We're at a point now, submit me a proposal, submit me a budget request. Because what I'm going to do with those we haven't figured the formula out. We're working that out, all of us on council, but with those grassroots and boots on the ground organizations, submit me a budget request. And then from there, we can look to see what is the final amount of dollars that have been allocated for boots on the ground grassroots organizations. And once I have that budget request, then therefore we can start looking into where we can help so that Mr. Smith at iDream Academy, I think some of us know his journey, and he is seriously committed to moving, learning from his journey. That's one thing they talked about this morning, learning from the journey to make sure others don't make that mistake, but to be able to relate on a level that I can't go to. Yeah. So those type of organizations, those type of Pete Mingo, we can name a bunch of them. Those type of organizations submit that budget to us and let us go to work to see what we can do for you. So if to answer your question, submit me a budget, and I'm going to make the presentation for you. So those are things we can do to make sure that we are assisting each other in this process. There's no need for me to be here if I'm not going to do things differently than it has been done in the past. That's just who I am. That's
great. Thanks so much. Thank you. Yeah.
Absolutely.
What do you see as the biggest hurdle for Black businesses right now, Scotty? And how are you and your office working to alleviate that?
Well, let's say this, Derick. One of the biggest hurdles in Cincinnati is all the red tape. We got to do things. I think Reggie might have talked about it, but we're doing everything we can to cut down on some of the red tape. And I'm going to use the term, some of the hoops that have been the requirement of the city for businesses to jump through. Let's cut down on that. But the biggest hurdle, I think, is opportunity, because too many times, because this business doesn't look exactly the way in which we have made up in our minds a business to look, then they're not provided the opportunity. So opportunity number one, Derick, but then in addition to that opportunity, when Black folks do have the opportunity and they open their doors, we got to go support them. We got to go and support them. The Bond Hill market, the market that's getting ready to open in Bond Hill, right there in on California Avenue. We got to be the ones that go get the fresh fruits, the fresh vegetables, to shop there and not be the biggest complainers because the price may be not what Kroger's is. And I don't know what the price in the Bond Hill market is going to be, but opportunity and support, we got to be the ones that go support. Real quick, think about this. You can go to Kroger's and get a bad bag of popcorn, right? The popcorn wasn't right, but you don't stop going to Kroger's. You take the popcorn back, you exchange or you whatever else, and you go back to Kroger's. In that same vein, when it comes to Black businesses, if there's a stumble, if there's something that didn't actually go the way it should have went, we got to provide each other opportunity. So Derick, opportunity, I think. We're cutting down on the red tape, but we also got to make sure we're providing opportunity. And then when the doors open, people, go knock on the door, go in there and shop, go in there to see so you can support these businesses so those businesses continue to grow also.
That was great. Great way to close and end. We could probably listen to you for a lot longer.
Absolutely.
You're not saying nothing new. We are all for it. So thank you so much for taking the time out to talk with us. We appreciate your support and hard work and effort. Thank you. You have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. I see you got the expert here coming up here, Dr. Dudas. So you're in great hands. Thank you for the opportunity and have a fantastic day. Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. So we now have, he said, Dr. Dudas, who handles budget. We've been talking about budget for the past, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes to an hour. So I'll go ahead and let you introduce yourself. Let us know what you got going on, and then we'll answer some questions.
So thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Andrew Dudas. I am the city's budget director. I've been with the city since 2012. Been the budget director for about a year and a half now. I think, one of the, budget is a cyclical process. From the standpoint of, we do a budget every year. Actually, the city does a biennial budget. So last year was a biennial budget, and then we come back in the second year of the biennial and do an update. So we are currently fiscal year 22 is our current fiscal year that goes until June 30th, so the end of this month. And that was the first year of our biennial. We are in the midst of working on the update to the second year of the biennial, and that the city manager's recommended budget was just released to the mayor on Thursday, this past Thursday, and the mayor then transmitted that to city council. So now we are in our review period where council can review the recommendations and offer any budget adjustments and go through that process with the goal of having a budget passed by the end of the month that can take effect July 1st. So, and I think a couple of things that I would like to point out. We do, most of the time people think of the budget process when it hits the news or when it's released. So the last few days have been, high volume activity in terms of questions and comments and what's in the budget, what's not in the budget, how can I be in the budget, what are the steps in the process, and that's that's common and that's natural because it gets attention, and it it galvanizes people and then certainly council will go through the process where we have upcoming public hearings. First one is tomorrow, and then Saturday, and then again on June 14th. And those are opportunities for community members, organizations, private citizens to come and speak to council, provide their perspective on the budget, stump for things that they would like to see included, to be increased, to be altered, to be changed, whatever the case may be. And that's all part of our process. I tend to think that, and this is something that I know the city and certainly our office is working to improve. But engaging with the budget process or working to get your organization or your priorities funded really should be a year-round process. Oftentimes when it's June, it's almost too late if you're not recommended, it's very hard to get in at that point in time. So we are trying to increase our budget engagement year-round so organizations and citizens can interact, learn about the budget, learn about different ways they can be funded, different ideas that they have, whether they have projects that would be that need operating dollars for support, or maybe they have a capital project, an investment that would that would build something or create something that has a that's a physical asset. So one of the things that, like I said, we've been trying to do is increase our engagement capacity, working with our Department of City Planning engagement, working with our neighborhoods, community councils, neighborhood business districts, to try to educate and inform about the budget process more year-round, so people know when things are happening, how to engage their council members, how to engage the mayor's office, how to engage the city manager, how to make their requests known, in a more meaningful way, so that it can be considered as part of the budget process. As I indicated, we have a significant commitment each year in the general fund budget to leverage support, whether that be human services funding or direct funding to organizations. And certainly we have a number of organizations within the city that get an annual allocation or get some support for their activities. And we do get a lot of inquiries about, how can we grow that, or how can other organizations be included? So that's part of what I would, indicate is more of a longer process to get your voice heard, to state your case, to put together a project plan and whatnot.
Thank you. That was great. Yes, budget. It is that time of year. You are probably extremely busy, so I'm so glad you could jump on here with us.
Sure.
All right, so we're gonna open the floor for questions. If you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. I know you mentioned on the how to engage, so you can be more impactful. What are your suggestions for that? How can people start to engage properly?
Yeah, so a lot of times when we do our engagement sessions, I think the first piece is education. I think it's learning about the budget process, learning about where dollars come from, how those dollars are utilized, how they're allocated, what's in the current budget, what types of priorities have been identified. And then where does your organization fit into those either existing programs or existing priorities? Where can you deliver on something that the city has identified is a need? I think that's a very good starting point. And like I said, it's then understanding not only where you would fit within those priorities, but then having some having some plans for, okay, here's where we fit, but here's what we would do with the funding. Here's what we could do. What are our goals? What can we achieve? What do we expect we can achieve? And sort of start putting that, putting together a more, a more thought out plan for how those dollars would be utilized and what impacts you would expect them to have. And then, kind of building your case for those things. And then certainly as we move through the year, you have those engagement opportunities. But then as we get closer to budget season, there will be the public hearings. This year, council for the first time did a budget hearing in April. And I think that's something that probably will be continued in future years. But that's certainly an opportunity to get members of your organization, supporters of your organization, to sort of get on people's radar in terms of what your organization does, what your organization can do, what you're proposing, to get that fresh in people's minds, so they have that background information when it comes to the decision-making process, which is usually now in June.
That's great. Yeah, that educate and strategize. Sounds like, and that goes for anything and everything out there, So we are going to transitions again. So I will allow you to have your closing remarks, any tips, anything like that. I know you dropped some already, but yes. And again, thank you.
Yep. So I as we close out June here and move into fiscal year 23, starting in this summer, our next because this will be the start of a biennial budget process. We do every 2 years, we do a community budget request process. So we will see neighborhoods and community councils putting together community budget requests. We will be having some engagement sessions on that process starting in July. So we'll have those posted to city's website and make the announcements for that. And then we'll be, as we move into the fall, we'll be starting our budget engagement for the fiscal year 2024 budget process, and then going through there. So as things progress, and hopefully we're post-pandemic and able to have engagement that's more face-to-face, that's what we'll be striving to do over the next several months. And I think those are opportunities for individuals and organizations to interact with the budget office, with city planning engagement, and to start those conversations about what ideas and proposals are out there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dudas. It's been wonderful and insightful. It sounds like if an organization that's new to the table that wants to get engaged and gets involved, they need to start that planning process now for next year. Am I right on that?
That is correct. Yes.
Excellent.
Never
too soon.
Too early. That's right.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate the insight. I know that this is kind of like your Super Bowl time of the year, so we appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, everyone. Take care.
Thanks.
Thank you. So we are awaiting Councilmember Victoria Parks to join us. And then after that, I think we have all council members, the remaining part of our schedule, which will wrap up at 1:30 with our new city manager, Mr. John Kerp, who was actually on with us earlier. But right now, we have a veteran to City Hall, a veteran to City Council, as well as a veteran to our County Commissioner's office, Miss Councilmember Victoria Parks. How are you today, Miss Parks?
Hey, I'm good. So good to see you.
It's great to have you here. You've got the Cincinnati Realtors and the Greater Cincinnati Northern Kentucky African American Chamber here. We've got questions for you, but before we get started, we just want to give you an opportunity to take the floor and share with us some of the things that you're working on and any messages you may have for the Realtors or for chamber members.
Okay, well, you know, we are really busy here at City Hall. I'm excited about the Convention Center District. So that's going to be, you know, a lot of projects, a lot of contracts, and we're excited about the equity that this project is going to be centered around. So we're coming up with the language. And so we're going forward. The other thing is, I hope you saw last week where we passed a motion about breastfeeding so that women will not get kicked out of restaurants and public places for feeding their children when they're hungry. The only reason ever in the history of Earth as a woman breastfed their baby is because the baby was hungry.
That's simple.
Yeah. So just a little common sense there. And I'm also working on the ABLE program. If you guys saw when I was at the county, that the Hamilton County Sheriffs changed the manner by which they police. They adopted the program that was invented in New Orleans. They call it EPIC, which stands for Ethical Policing is Courageous. And this is a bystander program. It's where it changes the entire culture of the department. It eliminates the blue line. It's like if you see something, say something. If Chauvin if they had been trained and the young guys that watched him murder George Floyd, it wouldn't have happened because it empowers, you know, even new recruits to, if you see it, like they would have pushed him off of that man and he wouldn't have killed him. So, you know, just a few of the things that we're working on. We are a beehive down here, man.
We love it.
Thank
That's
you.
great. Yes.
So you have questions for me?
We do. One question I've been asking most of our elected officials today is, I'm sure we've sat down and spoken with your office in the past, but you know that there's a huge gap between the white homeownership rate and the Black homeownership rate. Right now in the city of Cincinnati, the Black homeownership rate is 33%, which is 40% difference between those of whites. And while we've been experiencing a huge housing boom over the last couple of years, the Black homeownership rate has actually decreased by 2%. What do you see as the role of the city in increasing Black homeownership, and what types of initiatives do you foresee coming up to help improve that number?
I'm glad you asked that. Just yesterday, we approved 18 new homes in Avondale on over with Alaska Court. You know, I can't say that they're affordable. I think everything is high. Right now, I look, and the realtors probably don't want to hear this, but if I was in the market for a house right now, I don't know that I'd buy.
No, we don't want to hear that. We do not want, and we might have to mute you, council member, for saying that. But no, I understand where you're coming from. It's a tough time right now, but the reason why it's like that is because we don't have enough inventory. If we had more inventory on the market, the price for housing would go down. But because we have such a limited amount of supply,
the
price is going up. Yes, competition
Well,
is high.
I think that what we did yesterday is a good step in the right direction. You know, we need new construction. We need what I would like to see personally is more multi-unit homes. You know, for people to buy. You know, in order to, I mean, and I say that because that's what I have done. And if times get hard, I'm gonna be okay. It's because I don't live in a single family home. So I think that, and the fact that we just approved 18 new homes in Abatement, you know, for new construction in neighborhoods, and also to help people get financing. You know that's the biggest thing. So you know, I really like creative thinking, you know, outside the box, you know, where everybody can play.
And as it relates to Black entrepreneurship, we've had some good discussions today with folks, our Director Mays, who's new to the city and to the department, over equity and inclusion. In your mind, how do we measure success of the city doing more business from an equity inclusion standpoint, specifically with Black businesses? How do we measure our success?
We have to. You know, what gets measured gets done. And in thinking about this, I think that our equity ought to mirror, at the very least, our population. And so that is the lens that I would look through. And what the steps that we're taking for the Convention Center District, there are layers and layers of things that's happening over there. But one of the first things that we have to start with is get minority investors to be able to invest in the companies that's coming. So in my mind, when we start, you know, the recipe isn't new. It's what has happened every other time there was a project, but this time we're going to have equity in the center. We're going to do the same thing, but there's going to be Black folks and Black companies at the table. And that's how I would measure it.
You know, my grandma always gave me a lot of good recipes, Councilman Parks, but I never had the hand that she had to bake that pound cake the way she made it. So when you say that recipe, how are we going to get more minority, more Black businesses to be investors in that? Because I kind of don't see it happening unless we are very direct, intentional about that. What is it that you need from the chamber, from the realtors, from us to help you in putting that recipe together?
We are talking about this. You know, like, so we can say that we're looking for $1 million package. So we need, what, 10 Black folks with $100,000. I don't know, you know, like how many times could we really do that? And so I think that creativity, thinking outside of the lines, and probably meeting people where they are. Because in this town, we have the usual suspects. That means that the money stays in the usual suspect's pocket. And so we have to be able to expand the opportunity. I may not have 100,000. I might be doing good because I got 10. And that's the reality. So we have to deal with the reality. And if we want to be able to be a part of the recipe, then you may have to change this part over here. Instead of 4 investors, we might need 16.
We got a question from the chat as it relates to smaller developers. How do we ensure that the small players, real estate developers, get and stay in the conversation? How can you help us with that? Because there's just kind of a mindset that unless you're a messer or a huge, construction company, it's almost impossible for you to get engaged and to bid on those types of projects. What ways can we do to help elevate our small developers who have a tremendous amount of experience and a tremendous amount of drive? How do we get them to the table when it comes to dealing with things, to getting involved with the convention?
That is so true.
What is it that we need to do to help you with that?
Well, we need to talk about it. But initially, I would say that we're going to have to work together. With the members of the African American Chamber, or with this project in the Convention Center District, it may take 4 or 5 minority companies to do what a Messer or a Turner can do. And so we just have to do it. Because that's the only way it's going to happen. Turner and Messer, they have been getting these jobs, building out Cincinnati for years and years. We don't have anybody that can touch them. But if we can put these companies together, then we can. So, that's just my idea.
Well, Councilmember Parks, I know you've got a busy schedule. I know it's City Council. You guys got a meeting, I think, coming up. So we don't want to take any more of your time. We appreciate the time you've given us. Is there anything in closing that you want the Greater Cincinnati Realtors and the members of the African American Chamber to know before you sign off?
Is to stay vigilant, stay in the game, be aware, be involved in your community because your voice matters.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so
you.
much. We appreciate that.
Okay,
thank you.
See you guys. Take care.
Yes. Speaking of a voice that matters, Councilmember Mika Owens, how are you today? Welcome from the Greater.
I'm so excited. Look.
Awesome. Welcome from the Greater Cincinnati African American, Northern Kentucky African American Chamber of Commerce and the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association. Please open up, share with us how you're doing, what you're working on, and what message you have for us today. And we'll start chiming in and ask you some questions after that.
Super. Well, I am so excited to be here. Thank you for this opportunity. And this is, I just have to share this with you. This is such a full circle moment because I remember being an attendee at, I think, the last one of these that you had during COVID. So this feels quite good to sit here as your councilwoman now. And I have been super busy since January the 4th, being sworn in. It was an amazing day. We had it outdoors because of the pandemic. Typically it would be in in Music Hall. And it felt like a new moment, a shift. At least that's how I felt with this being my first time and having attended these before. January 5th, we were right into chambers voting on our first big thing, tentative tax budget. But it's been hitting the ground running ever since. Coming into office with an understanding of what my values are, what things that are important to me, and what I really wanted to take ownership of. Being honored to chair a committee, which is Climate, Environment, and Infrastructure, which is the first committee of its kind in the nation. So I've been told that really elevating climate. And so walking in with my colleagues who are all, we all understand that should be a priority. And so just kind of getting in, learning the ropes, planning out my committee meetings, which have been very robust. But also, again, following up on the things that are important to me, like gun violence. And so one of the first resolutions that I offered to this council and to the mayor, and we unanimously agreed that, one way for us to move forward in this is to take it to an approach that is about public health, because we know that gun violence has lasting impacts on the community. It's not just the victim, it is the victim's families, it is the disruption to the communities, it's the way we invest in communities, all of these pieces. It's the way that we provide opportunities for young people. And so all of this has to be wrapped up in one place, and we have to be talking together if we're talking about real systems change. And so I know that, I am looking to make the most of my time here on council. And so if we're not being intentional about how we disrupt systems that have been historically not investing in or not supporting in people, then those are the things that we have to go after. And so, there are certainly other things within climate. We've been talking about the Green Cincinnati plan. Climate change is impacting all of us. If you have asthma, it could be as a result of the air quality, right? If you have high energy bills, it could be as a result of the fact that the earth is heating up and you have to use more to cool and heat your home. And so, talking about what those impacts mean in communities, and particularly for frontline communities of color, low-income neighborhoods that have historically been under-resourced. And so this is our opportunity to coalesce around an issue that is truly impacting everyone. And so talking about the Green Cincinnati plan, renewing that, it's a 5-year climate action plan, and the city's been leading on that since 2008, having the backing of Bloomberg Philanthropies to do things like pass issue 7, which means, a better public transit system. So more people can get to where they need to go and less cars on the road. Like, all of these things tie into each other. Things like the solar array farm, the city continuing to lead and saying we're going to make our entire city fleet electric by 2035. So we're going to draw down on all those greenhouse gases that are in the environment that are impacting us negatively. And so talking about those things, renewing the Green Cincinnati plan, we just had our kickoff yesterday because this plan is all about public engagement. And so we want to make sure that in this plan going forward, which is the 2023 plan that we're preparing for, that equity is at the root of that. And so when we have had these conversations that have historically left out those that are most impacted, we got to be intentional about reversing that. And so we are going to do that because this is a plan that we understand what's in front of us and how bold that we have to be in making decisions around how we design our streets, how we offer multiple modes of transportation, not just for cars, right? How we get prepared for stormwater, right? That is happening, these weather-related events, extreme weather-related events that are happening more often than not. And so a lot of excitement there. I've also been going around sharing the climate equity indicators, which is commissioned by UC, University of Cincinnati. And it's giving us a snapshot as to what's happening in every neighborhood as a result of climate change. And we're looking at things like health indicators, diabetes, asthma, heart conditions. We're looking at the built environment. What's tree canopy look like in your community? And tree canopy is just as simple as shade. How much shade is in your community to help, one, improve the quality of air that you breathe, but also help cool down the environment. So these are all the very simple but important things that people should know about. There's also a lot of other things in between. And so making sure we're providing space for young people. Again, this council is getting ready to pass a budget. that I think reflects our priorities that we've been talking about. And so we're making $1 million investment into jobs for young people. You'll see that in this budget. We're making an investment into the Office of Environment and Sustainability so that we can continue this work around climate action. We're making an investment in how we are able to clean up litter and blight in our communities by making investments into core services. So it's a key moment. Things are busy, and we've also got, we've got to look at this frame, this perspective with equity always at the root. So that is certainly the things that I bring when I am looking at the work ahead and the work that I'm currently in.
Awesome. Yes, Monica has also put in the chat a survey that your office is working on. So we're going to encourage all of those that are here today in this platform to take the survey and share it with your colleagues and friends and other Cincinnatians. I'm certain that information is going to go a long way towards helping you shape your policy as it relates to environmental change here in the city. So thank you for that.
Yeah, please be
and
sure.
I go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, yes, please, for all of you that are engaged and you care about your community and listening right now, please be sure to fill out that Green Cincinnati Plan survey. And we kicked off the engagement, the official Green Cincinnati Plan yesterday at the Cincinnati Zoo, well attended, hundreds of people. And if you missed out, don't worry, there's more opportunities. We're going to have about 30 engagement sessions, and we need you to be a part of that. So continue to keep up with my office, be on the city's website, Green Cincinnati Plan, search it by that, or Office of Environment and Sustainability, but we need you. If you are listening to me right now, that means you have got to be involved.
And Councilmember, how can more Black businesses get engaged in environmental products, design, in business as you're continuing to, because I kind of see, this green technology, we're really very, very much at the beginning stages. And those who invest at the beginning tend to be the ones that hit at the end. So what opportunities do you see for Black businesses as it relates to green technology and environmental change?
That is such a great question. And I think we're at the precipice of what that looks like in our community when we're talking about a more green, sustainable community, right? And so one, I think we have to be very intentional about our partners who are already in place to help support that. So like the African American Chamber, how are we supporting, opportunities to really invest in Black, green, sustainable businesses? And so being able to support that kind of environment, as we look to, for example, the steering committee that leads, I get to chair this wonderful committee, but it's comprised of brilliant individuals from our communities, from all sectors and all backgrounds. So you have people from the investing, startup kind of community. And so being able to have these conversations right now, I think will yield what we want to see in the future. And so because it is about blending technology, it is about being sustainable, it is about new packaging design. It is about how can we take products from recycled materials and turn them into new products, like all of those things. And so being a part of the conversation is why you should be involved in the Green Cincinnati Plan, but it's more of these type of platforms and bringing the right people to the table to begin to ideate. And so that's what's super important. Some of the other things that are the kind of low hanging fruit right now, and beyond the scope of entrepreneurialism, but it's also just what are the green jobs of the future? So right now we need to see people becoming electricians, right? Because those are the folks installing the solar panels, and we'll be working on the electric vehicles, as 1 out of 4 of us will be driving one of those in the next 6 years, because that's what the market is doing. And so it's really developing strong workforce infrastructure, as well as investing in Black businesses. So you are primed in position to be a part of those conversations.
So we need more electricians. We need more electricians. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been asking a variety of all of our elected officials to come on today. As you and I know, the Black homeownership rate is a huge disparity between that and whites. Right now, the Black homeownership rate is 33%, which is down 2% over what it was over the last couple of years. And the white homeownership rate is staying steady right around that 73% range. Yet during the middle of this housing boom, we have not seen an increase in African American homeowners. What solutions and what strategies do you have that you think that we should be working on to help increase that number in the city?
Yeah, well, one of the things that probably make sense to everyone who's listening is we've got to be able to increase the housing options for people, right? And so for us, that means we have to examine how we are being intentional about creating an environment for growth, right? And so being able to offer more homes for people, but also other topographies that we can help to create more opportunities like townhomes and duplexes and all of these other pieces that also create ownership. But we also have to be really intentional about where we're investing our resources as well. And so the Housing Trust Fund, right? How do we leverage that in some of this in terms of the actual development of projects? And then being able to capitalize on things like Addy, which is, well, you know what Addy is that the city offers, which has been one of the best kept secrets forever. And so thankfully this council was able to add more money to that, but we know that's not enough. That's just a start. And so it's that program that helps, first-time homeowners with down payment assistance, all of those things, being very intentional about how we market that as well. And so those are all the pieces, the levers those are some of the elements to what's at play here, but we've got to be able to expand, which means how are we going to supply housing for people who are looking for it at every income level in this city? And that requires some policy change.
Hello, Councilwoman Owens. This is Greg. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. And I'm excited about the passion that you bring to this industry. This is a whole new industry that I see that we have the opportunity, our business has the opportunity to engage in at the early stages. And so I guess I know we want to get younger people engaged in fields like electronics and things of that nature. And then you have businesses that are going to start to come to the table with the dollars, of course, because they're already engaged in cellular power and, whether we're talking about a car manufacturers or whether we're talking about, cellular, what are the renewable, what is it called? The sun, what's the name? Renewable panels. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you very much. The solar panels. But there are companies that are engaged in that. So there's a gap, right, between bringing in new young talent and companies that are already there. So the question is about how we get our businesses that are in this environment now that are of age, if you will, to start to learn this technology and start to get engaged in from the investment stage. And that to me takes some learning, right, and some growth. So is there opportunities or will there be opportunities to get businesses that maybe are on the edge of that technology? They're not in it because it's relatively new, but to get involved in, as you lay the groundwork for this, kind of get involved in that?
I will say absolutely. And it's probably us co-creating that opportunity together, right? Like let's develop a think tank, identifying the opportunities and putting people in the right space. And one of the main things that we have to focus on in terms of entrepreneurialism as well is being very intentional about how we provide capital to start up companies, but also companies that are wanting to grow and develop. And so I don't know if we fully have laid out that infrastructure, but the time is now to do that. And I see, the chamber definitely is a partner in that.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, we definitely want to be a partner in that. So thanks a lot. Thanks for the work you're doing.
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, I can't agree more about the energy that you bring. So you tapped into what are the green jobs of the future. You mentioned electricians. So, school just ended. I'm big about making sure we're well informing our youth on what a successful future could be. So what are other areas that our youth can step into and start planning to go into for taking advantage of this great initiative that Cincinnati is going to definitely be a part of?
Yeah, I think one of the other things is, when we're looking at how do we provide greater access to food in communities that's also sustainable, right? Like every community should have a community garden, right? And so, but who's going to be the stewards of those gardens? So really starting to train young people now in urban farming, agriculture, all of those things, vertical farming, all of these pieces that are moving towards the future and sustainability. One of the other pieces too is that we can't do this sustainability work without partners in this community. Just like you all are a partner in business and enterprise and entrepreneurialism. Partners in the green space includes, folks like Ohio Groundworks, right, which is an organization that has a youth component, and we are right now in strengthening our partnership so that we can help build capacity so that they are hiring young people in communities to help clean up, right? To help beautify, to help do all of these things that make place-based decision-making possible and provide ownership of people living in their own communities, particularly young people. So get involved there. Not sure how many young people they will be hiring, but those are the type of things that we continue to invest in.
That's great. Well, thank you so much. This is your chance to give your closing remarks before we transition. So take the floor.
Awesome. Well, I am just happy to be here. I am very much the proverbial optimist, and I believe the sky is the limit. And the way that we achieve is by working together. And so some of the things, the best Cincinnati, I think our best years are ahead of us, because if we are willing to come to the table and everyone really have honest conversations, that's the way that we'll get there. And so really excited about how we continue to see what that looks like in relation to equity and giving Black developers opportunities in this city, giving people opportunity to invest in projects in this city. That's going to be super critical. And so the work is not done, right? We're just getting started. So thank you so much for you all being invested and for creating platforms like this for elected officials to share our vision. But know that nothing happens overnight, and we are here to, I'm here to burn the midnight oil and get it done. I am one to always be accessible. And so if you have a thought or an idea, feel free to reach out to me. But I'm excited about where Cincinnati is going, and it takes all of us.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, please drop your contact information in the chat for everyone that does want to reach out and talk to you. Anyone else before we transition? Okay, well, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Okay, we're going to bring on Councilman Cramerding, if you are ready.
I am ready.
Hello, welcome, and thank you for joining us today.
Good afternoon.
Oh, yes, good afternoon. Gosh, it's been a long morning. We are in the All right, so if you want to take the time to just reintroduce yourself, tell us what you've got going on and what committees you are a part of, and then we'll answer any questions.
Yeah, my name is Jeff Cramerding. I'm obviously one of the new council members. I know that most of us are in that category of being a new council member. Is very proud to run on the Democratic slate and be elected with 8 of my colleagues. We ran on, in part, our platform was our ability to get along and get things done. As I hope others have reported, I think that is the case. We've had a few sharp and spirited disagreements, policy disagreements, but I'm really proud to report that we are still working together and are working as a very effective team. So I'm very happy, and that certainly includes the mayor. So I'm very happy with where we're at. I sit on the finance committee on Councilmember Harris's housing committee, housing and development, and on Councilmember Owens's green infrastructure committee. I'm very, very passionate about the budget. That's part of the reason I ran. Our budget's been structurally imbalanced for 10 years. We need to correct that to serve as the foundation for all the inspirational things we want to do as a city.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Cramerding. It is good to see you as always. I know that your passion is around the budget, and I know that this is budget season. So I'm curious to get your take on the budget and if this moves us more closer to getting out of debt and having more of a balanced budget.
Yes, we're all still digging into the details, but in general, I am. I mean, I'm in a position to say that this is a solid budget, and this does take the city in a very positive step. It does two things, which are very important, as well. I mean, what the city's been doing for years is taking our capital dollars, our capital budget for infrastructure, and using it to subsidize our operating budget. That's led to the condition that many of our playgrounds, recreation centers, steps, streets are at. So it's just been bad fiscal policy for 10 years. This budget, first of all, acknowledges there's a problem. In true Cincinnati fashion, we've sort of not had the difficult conversation that was necessary and sort of swept this issue under the rug, and we've dug ourselves deeper and deeper in a hole. So this budget, and the mayor says, you know, we've got a problem. It uses a lot of ARP dollars to invest in infrastructure, which is important. And then secondly, it uses a lot of the dollars to invest in economic development, including future high-paying jobs, working with the port on some site clearing for future technological manufacturing, high-end manufacturing. So it's laying the platform, the foundation for future growth. So I'm excited. This is a step in the right direction. It took us about 10 years to get into this problem, and it's going to take us several years and several budget cycles to get out of it, and difficult conversations remain, but it's an important step in the right direction.
Does those sites that you're talking about, is there a plan to ensure that there's African-American businesses at the forefront of those projects?
Yes, and right now this was just an allocation. As far as I know, there are not sites yet. It's just an allocation. But yeah, as my colleagues, we ran on equity, and equity must be wrapped around all decisions we make. We must acknowledge, you know, the history of racism in Cincinnati, which, you know, continues this day, and it impacts everything. So that should be involved in every decision and every financial allocation, including this one. So it's been at the forefront of every conversation we've had as a council, and I firmly believe that will continue. When that includes the issue of working with the port on clearing these sites, but on other issues such as the evolving convention center district and development that'll happen around there.
You mentioned also that you are on the housing committee with Councilmember Harris. And I think you kind of heard maybe at the tail end of my conversation with Councilmember Parks around the low rate of Black home ownership right now, and the fact that it's not increasing and decreasing while we're in the middle of a housing boom. What strategies did your office have in place, or do you plan to implement to try to help curb that problem?
Yeah, the supply and demand is critical, and we need to use the housing trust dollars and other mechanisms to create more units across the spectrum, high end, low end, and a lot in the middle, which we have not done in the city. We've done like luxury units. We've done some income restricted units, but we have not done a lot in the middle as far as workforce plus. So we need units across the spectrum to create more supply. I'm hearing from realtors and welcome the feedback that there's just not the supply out there to meet the demand, and it's a good thing that many people do want to live in the city of Cincinnati, are realizing the value of our neighborhoods, but we've got to increase the supply to meet that demand.
Wholeheartedly agree with that. No argument from any realtor in my profession. That's always the case. Right now, we just are having a very difficult time with supply. And that lack of supply has really caused the increase of housing across the board. Moving on a little bit from that, as you look at equity inclusion as it relates to African-American businesses, how do you in your office, how do you measure success for equity and inclusion as it relates to Black businesses doing business with the city of Cincinnati?
I think a critical metric is the number of minority developers as well as the number of new minority developers. I think as we work on equity and developer policies, we want to bring on and build successful minority contractors and minority developers. And when we're talking about city dollars too, we also need to include the workers to make sure that whoever the developer is hiring people that live in the city of Cincinnati, and that the workforce is diverse, and that their workforce is well paid and well trained. So I mean it's both on the contractor developer end and on the workforce end. So yeah, I was happy to sign a motion with Vice Mayor Kearney and President Pro Tem Parks on a policy on contractor and developer inclusion, and also to sponsor my own motion, which they co-signed, on the workforce angle, to make sure that the workforce was well-trained, includes city residents, includes training and fair wages.
That's great. Yes, thank you so much. Do we have any questions out there in the chat? Drop them now before we transition. And then while we allow people to drop any questions, if you have any closing remarks, any additional information that you want to make sure to share. Derick, it looks like you're about to say something.
I wanted to ask Jeff, recently we've had an increased number of pedestrian traffic issues in the city. And it's a very bad problem. I'm curious as to what your take is on that, and what type of solutions you think we need to implement to get those things done to curb this recent surge. And what's the timeline on that? Because it just seems like these issues, it just seems like every other day it's just like someone's getting hit by a car that's just going way too fast.
It's a very difficult issue. I mean, part of it is engineering and safer streets, designing streets that aren't focused solely around the automobile, which we've done for decades and other cities have too. The example I always cite is Queen City Avenue in South Fairmount, where we wrecked a neighborhood to build an expressway through it, so people could get from the west side to Clifton a few minutes faster, putting in multi-lane highways. So that was a very bad example. We do need the car, the automobile is important. I drive mine. I'm sure many people on this call do too. But it's stopping planning around the car for complete streets that include pedestrians. And then, enforcement is a part of this equation too. And that's a complex topic. The CPD did issue a report. We know that traffic enforcement is down. They cite a number of reasons for that, including a fear that they'll be seen as racial profiling, which we do not want to go back to. But enforcement's got to be part of this moving forward. And to me, the key metric is not citations. We don't want to go back to quotas or anything like that. But the metric is to get people to slow down and drive safer. And we know hotspots where people are speeding, where the speeding is excessive, and having traffic engineering work with the police department to get those numbers down, and so we can cut down on the reckless driving. I do believe it's everywhere. I think that during COVID, there was another factor that the police all across the country were not doing any citations, and I think a few people, take advantage of that to do some things that are clearly dangerous. I see it on my way to drop my kids off to school, and other parents do too, and people are talking about it.
Okay, I know that we've got Councilmember Keating on deck, but before we get you out of here, Jeff, did you have any closing remarks or anything that you didn't have a chance to share that you want to talk about to the Greater Cincinnati Realtors or the Greater Cincinnati Northern Kentucky African American Chamber of Commerce members?
It's been an honor to serve. I always look forward to interacting with constituents, so please don't hesitate to contact me. And just to start where I began, I'm just very excited about this council. We all work together. I believe that we all have common priorities, which we will push. And I have faith in this administration as well. So I'm very optimistic about where we sit. A lot of work remains, but we're moving in the right direction.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Councilmember Cremerding. If you like, you're more than happy to put your contact information in the chat for all of our members to reach out to you if you got any further questions, comments, or requests from your office.
Great. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Council Member Keating, welcome to City Hall Day.
How is everyone?
We're
I know
doing
I'm
good.
ready to talk, so
We're
pretend
doing
in the
good.
chat. Everybody's
Me-
having a good day.
Me,
Yes.
Briston, and Greg have been going at this for about 4 hours now. It seems to have just flown by. And we've had a good conversations with Equity and Inclusion, Department of Transportation Engineering, Eric Denson from Community Development. And, we've got a long list of your other colleagues from council that have been on. So please, we'll just allow you the opportunity to just open up, introduce yourself, tell us what you're working on, what committees you're working on. And then we'll just kind of open up for questions, which you probably heard already, some of the questions that are going on. So feel free to just go ahead. The floor is yours.
Awesome. Well, I don't know everything, so I don't want to repeat too much, but I'm Liz. I was appointed to council in December of 2020, then was elected last year, so I'm about a year and a half in. My focus on council is figuring out ways to get more people living and working in the city so we can expand our tax base to be able to provide for the basic services. We talk about equity all the time, but if we don't have enough money to be able to take care of all those basic services, there's no way that we're ever going to get to that point. So we need to be able to have housing for everybody. We need to be able to have jobs for everybody. We need to get access to higher paying jobs for everybody. And to be able to make all the puzzle pieces, everything fit together, make everything work. So earlier this year, I worked on some housing legislation, which did not pass, but I think that's going to be a good start and part of that bigger puzzle in our whole housing plan with transit-oriented development later this year. That was density that I teamed up with Councilmember Reggie Harris on. I know you guys were just talking about the need to increase supply. If we increase the supply of housing, we're going to be able to drive down costs and make it more affordable across the board. That's everything from market rate to subsidized housing. My big project right now is working on getting more advanced manufacturing jobs in the city. So you may have seen in the budget that the mayor and the city manager have recommended $7 million into site readiness. This stems from my motion probably like a month or two ago regarding the Intel task force. So Intel is making a massive investment outside of Columbus for their manufacturing plants for their semiconductors. They are going to need many, many, many suppliers to be able to get the products that they need to make the products that they make. And so in terms of that whole supply chain, we've seen through the pandemic and supply chain issues that we need to have more manufacturing in the US and not overseas. And so there is a massive push and a lot of incentives coming from DC and coming from Columbus to bring more manufacturing jobs stateside. And so this is a very unique opportunity where we can line up with what's happening at the federal level, at the state level, and now at the city level, combine all those different incentives and dollars coming in different packages to be able to compete for those jobs. So Cincinnati stands in a really, really good place right now. And we are going to work on getting some of the dollars from the infrastructure bill, which includes money to site readiness. We're looking at state dollars. We'll be looking at private business dollars, and then the $7 million in this budget, which will allow us to purchase land, clear it, and get it ready to be able to compete for these jobs. These advanced manufacturing jobs, we're looking at bringing in 700 to 900. They're upper middle class paying jobs. Some take more advanced engineering degrees. Others would take a high school diploma, others from trade school. So the awesome part about this is the jobs would be here in the city. We'd be able to expand our tax base, but then we can also work backwards through our universities and our public school system to build that pipeline through the curriculum to have the job readiness programs to keep people in those jobs for generations and generations to come. So I'm really excited about that piece, and that is my main focus, and then be partnering with my colleagues moving forward on this transit-oriented development, where we would be looking at a lot of zoning changes to be able to build more housing and more housing closer together and along public transit lines to get more cars off the road. I know Derick was talking about pedestrian safety, building more housing along our public transit lines to make it easier for people to get to and from work, increasing that housing supply to be able to drive down costs. And it makes it much more green and sustainable environment too, healthier environments if we get more cars off the road and more people walking and biking safely. That was a lot. That was
urban. I know what you're trying to build, an urban core. You're trying to build us into a modern day city.
Modern day city, but not just in our urban core, throughout our 52 neighborhoods. We have many different business districts throughout all of our neighborhoods, and building up those little, I like to call them mini cities. I don't know if that's a technical term or not, but make it livable, walkable to and from school, and especially with rising gas prices, it is way better to be able to walk or ride your bike to and from school in a safe manner, to and from work, from wherever you live. Just making much more walkable, bikeable communities, and having more jobs and small businesses throughout all those neighborhood business districts.
Yes, that is great. So you mentioned the Intel task force. I know that's a big deal right now. So you said you're going to be looking for vendors and businesses, and hopefully they have or if you already know, if they have a certain percentage that they want to make sure they allocate to diverse small business owners. And then how can these business owners take part in putting their hat in the ring for that? And if there's any certain criteria so they can start getting that handled to be a part of the conversation.
So there'll be many different aspects in it, depending on where we are in this timeline. Starting off with construction, one of the things that you'll hear me talk about a lot is we want to put in certain percentages to make sure that we are getting minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, the jobs in construction and development. But one of our biggest hurdles is that we don't have enough of those companies locally. And so we need to invest in helping those businesses start from the ground up, relocating them here, and being able to increase that supply. We don't have enough. Black-owned businesses, we don't have enough. Women-owned businesses, we need to invest there as a starting place. And then we can be able to hit those numbers. Right now, we have such low numbers because we don't have a high enough supply. And so we're getting in our own way and then causing delays in to continue our growth. And I think it's because we're not taking enough time way back from the beginning of how do we recruit more minority-owned firms to Cincinnati? How do we help those who have that idea or who have that passion start that company? How do we remove the barriers to get them the credit line that they need to be able to start the funding, that capital to begin, help them have the capacity to be able to get the licenses to then be able to compete for those RFPs. There's a lot of hurdles in the way there. So if we ever want to get to the point where we're hitting 50% higher of those suppliers, of minority, women-owned suppliers, we're never going to get there if we don't start from the very beginning in the investment from the beginning.
What would success look like that for us? What number would be that benchmark number that would get us there? We say, hey, you know what? We're not necessarily where we want to be, but at least it shows that we're making progress.
That is a really good question. And I think it depends on each project and where we stand. Right now, I think we've been looking at 30%. But if you look at the different verticals of all the different suppliers for different things that we need, say say you're building a building, you need glass and you need concrete and you need asphalt and you need I don't have a construction background. I'm just making these things up. And say we have 5 suppliers in one vertical, but 0 in another, we're never even going to hit that 30%. And then we have the same 5 suppliers that are competing to be able for just one job. So we need to be investing in more, say, glass makers to be able to put in all the windows in the building because we have 0 minority-owned firms that do glass. I'm using hypotheticals here. But that's where we need to focus to make sure that we're diversifying our supply too, so that we can hit much higher numbers than what we're asking for right now.
Hello, Councilwoman Keaton.
Hello.
Hello. So I wanted to ask if we have any insight to, the supply chain that Intel is asking for, and along with their, I guess, their sub-supply chain, and if it's possible to, I don't know, not track, but basically, is it possible to find out what kind of suppliers they're looking for in these early stages so that we can start to, tap into our membership base and the businesses around the city to find out how we can start to feed into that supply chain or even seek out the kinds of vendors that they're looking for?
We do not have that information yet. I think Intel will be part of those discussions and sharing that kind of information as we get further along and closer to when they start their construction and building outside of Columbus. But those are things that I know between the Port, Ready, Jobs Ohio, they are all focused on very closely. And those are things that as we get more information, we can share with you, because I know they want to be able to work with more regional chambers to be able to line up to help our local firms be able to compete to get that title as an official supplier, and also help recruit firms to be able to open up jobs too here in the city to become suppliers.
Okay, thank you.
I know you touched on affordable Black home ownership earlier. Could you kind of expand a little bit about where you see we need to go as a city to try to help increase that percentage rate? Because right now we're at 33%, which is 2% lower than where we were 2 years ago. And with all the housing, the lack of supply, it's very concerning to see that number go down and not go up.
Mm-hmm. I think the lack of supply is a huge issue because that increases the price and it makes it way too expensive for anyone to be able to invest in their first home. I think we need more 2 families and 3 families. That's going to offset the cost of a mortgage for a starter home and help people build generational wealth. So a lot of that is going to take zoning change, land use changes to be able to increase that supply, build at a faster rate, and build more multifamily, smaller multifamilies. To be able to give people the opportunity. The other piece is these higher paying jobs to be able to build up that nest egg, to be able to put down a down payment. I know that council has put money into the down payment, the ability to offer those grants for down payments to help with home ownership, but we're never going to have enough government money to be able to help everyone. So we have to be able to find other avenues. And I think that's increasing the supply to drive down the cost. And I think that's competing for these higher paying jobs to be able to generate the wealth to be able to purchase homes. I think the other piece in all of this is, now I'm totally going to lose my train of thought there. I just thought of it. Oh man, I totally just lost it. You'll have to come back to me. I shouldn't have talked about those manufacturing jobs because I just thought of it. Derick, you're distracting me.
I just
Continue.
asked the question.
I will come back. I will come back.
I just asked the question. That's all. I just wanted to know, what we're going to do to try to make sure we don't. And you talked about supply.
I know what I wanted. Okay, so the other thing is the important work that the port does. So right now, construction cost labor is so high. So in order to build homes, it costs more to purchase the land and build a home than we can actually sell at market rate in certain neighborhoods. So right now, I think it's like $400,000 or $500,000 just to purchase some land, clear the site, and build a home. That's why it's so critical having the port doing some of the projects that they're doing, because they can absorb that loss and then still sell the homes for like the $200,000 to $300,000 range. You're never going to find a private developer that's going to take a $250,000, $300,000 loss on every single home that they build. So looking at some of the programs that the port does, building these single family homes, some of these projects that you've seen, read in the news that they've been working on, seeing the city put more dollars into those projects is going to be huge, because that's going to be able to create more home ownership opportunities as we increase the supply, because they can absorb that loss.
Is there any way we can move the ADDIE funds around? Like, I know we use the ADDIE funds primarily as a down payment assistance program, but in this day and age right now, most competitive offers for homes come in the form of a conventional loan. And if we could use those dollars to allow a down payment as opposed to it being on the back end, that would make those borrowers much more competitive. Is that a possibility at all?
I don't know. That's a question for the law department, but I can go check and see what we can figure out. I don't know, and I don't want to make up an answer either.
I get it. I just know that that's something that we've heard from all of our council members today. And the problem with that is that it's very hard to be competitive with an FHA loan, and those ADDIE dollars add on more time to close on that house. And if you've got a conventional buyer who's ready to close in 21 days and a buyer who can close in 45 days with the grant, most often than not, the seller's going to take that quick close of the 21 days. So just something to think about.
Yeah, which again, it just stresses the importance of supply. We need more supply, because at the end of the day, even if you're competing against a 21 or 45 days of closing, you're also, if you got two people competing, it's whoever's going to have more money to give the higher offer. And so if we can increase that supply, we're not going to, the people who lose out are the people with limited income all day long, whether that's rental or purchasing. And we need to increase the supply so we don't continue to see that.
Awesome. Brissa, did you have anything before we?
No, I was just going to say, transition, we'll let you have your closing remarks. Again, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to all of us. And I'll let you go ahead.
Oh, me closing remarks? I thought, yes. I just thank you for the time today. I'd love to continue to talk to you about what we're doing, working on competing for these advanced manufacturing jobs. Obviously, we're going for Intel suppliers, but because of the push at the federal and state levels, it's really anybody. And we're going to have to look at that entire pipeline for future talent, including now, and then also the suppliers and the contractors to be able to build these sites as well. So there's lots of opportunities. It's a really exciting time, especially that we're lined up with federal and state and what they're focused on as well. So I'd love to continue the conversation. If there's anyone here that wants to continue to get updates, I'll give you my email and reach out, and we'll continue to update you. And then once we have more, we will pass it on.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yes, please drop your information in the chat, and I'm sure you'll get a number of emails and calls from folks who are interested. Especially our real estate folks. You had our ears really, really burning when you talk about more supply. So thank you so much.
Supply, supply, supply.
Supply. We need more. Build.
We need to continue to grow.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Councilmember Keating. Have a wonderful afternoon.
You too.
Thank you.
We've got our last and final council member, Mr. Mark Jeffries, on deck.
We're going to have Amanda go first, but real quick. I think Jeffries had agreed to push back a little bit to 1:15, if that's okay.
Totally fine. I can hang on. No worries.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so Amanda, If you are ready, we will give you the floor. Amanda takes care of MSD for us, the Metropolitan Sewer District. So thank you for joining. Go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what's coming down the pipeline.
Can you guys hear me okay? Okay,
Yes.
good.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Thank you to Councilmember Harris's office for reaching out to us, and also thank you to the African American Chamber. My name is Amanda Gray. I'm the interim superintendent of wastewater administration for the Metropolitan Sewer District of Greater Cincinnati. And the division that I cover includes our small business enterprise program and also some of our procurement functions. So really excited to be here today. Thank you guys again for inviting us to participate. I actually worked for the African American Chamber from 2010 to 2013. So I'm well aware of all the great work that you guys have been doing in the community now, I think for nearly 30 years. Is it close to 30 at this point?
We're on year 26.
Year 26, yes, awesome. Well, thank you again. So I do have a brief kind of PowerPoint that I pulled together that I'll go ahead and share with you all. And I'll make sure to make that available to you, Briston, if you want to share with anyone who reaches out and is interested in that. So let me go ahead and see if I can. Are you all able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So let me see here. Trying to figure out, actually, let me stop sharing for just a brief moment and get my screen in the right place. Okay. You would think after almost 3 years of using this technology, you would have it together.
No, there's always something that throws it off.
Yes, always something. Okay, so here we go. I think I got it now. Are you guys seeing my particular slides, or are you seeing the actual full screen of the presentation?
We see the slides off to the side. We see the main screen, the main page as well.
Okay. So I'm going to stop share. So I'll just talk through what I was going to share, and I'll send it to you guys later. So MSD, just a little bit about MSD. We provide wastewater collection and treatment for our residents and businesses in Hamilton County and some of the surrounding counties as well. We also operate our own small business enterprise program, which makes us a little bit different from the rest of the city departments in that they have some minority and women business participation goals and some programming to support those goals. We're, again, a race and gender neutral program, and we're currently actually participating in the disparity study. So we do look forward to hearing more information about MSD's work with small minority and women-owned businesses in the community. In 2020, we spent $21.3 million with certified SBEs, and 11 million of that came in the construction space. Nearly 6.5 million was in the professional services space. So architecture, engineering, accounting, those types of services. And then just under $4 million was spent in the supplies and non-professional services space. And that would get into things like the chemicals that we purchase, or a janitorial, custodial is a big one for us as well. So this is actually a slide that I would like to share with you guys. So I'm going to figure out how to make my screen work. So as far as what MSD buys, a big portion of what we spend is in the general construction and demolition space. We also spend a lot in the building maintenance and repair services, and of course, sewer, sanitary, stormwater repair and installation. We buy a lot of supplies such as pumps and accessories, different types of chemicals such as chlorinating and oxidizing agents. And then we have things like centrifuges and water. We do a lot around HVAC services and equipment. We also have a considerable amount of consulting services. So again, that gets into engineering, environmental. There's some safety aspects, also IT and computer software. We have hauling services, and then some of our guard and security services, including traffic control. But by and large, the main part of where we spend our money with small businesses does take place in the construction space. As far as doing business with MSD, the one thing that we always encourage people who are interested in doing business with us is to go ahead and register as a vendor with the City of Cincinnati. So when you register as a vendor with the City of Cincinnati, we also ask you to go ahead and complete the process, if you are certified as an SBE, to log on to the city's vendor compliance and certification system. And once you complete the MSD SBE registration there, we will ask you to submit a copy of your SBE certification. So MSD is not a certifying agency, but we do accept certain SBE certifications from approved agencies. And those would be the City of Cincinnati's SBE certification, SLBE certification, and BSBE certification. We also accept the City of Dayton PEP SBE certification, the State of Ohio's EDGE certification, and also the U.S. Small Business Administration's 8A certification. So if you have any of these certifications and you're interested in doing business with MSD, please log on to the city's vendor compliance and certification system and go ahead and complete the steps to register as an MSD SBE. And of course, if you need any assistance with that whatsoever, you can reach out to our office, and I'll share our contact information at the end, and we can walk you through that process. So in addition to registering as an MSD SBE, you'll want to register as a vendor with the city. And that process involves providing us with your bank account information so that if you are working on a project of ours, we can pay you, and tax information. And then also as part of that process, you will let us know what particular fields of work your business does. And so that way we can know what opportunities to send your way. So once you access that system and register as a vendor and select all the categories in which you're interested in doing work or interested in learning more about opportunities, as those opportunities become available within those areas, you will be notified right away that those opportunities exist. And then lastly, you of course will want to identify those business opportunities that are of interest to you. And something happened here with my PowerPoint, sorry about that. But the best places to look for those, the city's open data website has all of the opportunities that are available. Again, if you're registered as a vendor with the city, you will receive notification when those projects become available that you're interested in. But open data is a great resource to go online and look to see all the opportunities that exist throughout the city, not just within MSD. There's a lot of ways to filter the different information that appears there. So if you have an interest in working with one particular department, you can do that. Or, you know, if you want to just see in general what's out there, you can do that on the open data site. So if you have any questions about doing business with MSD or the SBE program, feel free to reach out to us. Up on the screen is our contact information, phone, email. There are a few pages on our website that speak to the SBE program, and they'll provide you with links to certification agencies if you're not SBE certified but are interested in becoming certified. We also have links to the business opportunities. Everything you need to know really to do business with MSD is available on our website.
Thank you so much. So yes, if
You're
you
welcome.
provide all of those website links, contact information in the chat. We didn't quite get to see the slides. So if you want to drop your slide deck, that's okay.
Yes.
In the chat too, because I know a lot of that information is very pertinent to our members. We have a lot in construction. So for those of you that didn't hear, register as a vendor with the city, get certified so that you can be a player in the game. So again,
Yes.
thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate you letting us know how to do business with MSD. If you have any closing remarks, we'll go ahead and transition to Mr. Jeffries.
Okay, the only closing remarks that I have is we are always looking for new businesses to work with. So if anyone, again, is interested, I'll go ahead before I sign out and enter my contact information in the chat. I will provide you with the slide deck with that edit that I need to make to it, and that you can share that with everyone on the line. So thank you again for having us here today, and I look forward to speaking with you more.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Jeffries, thank you for being patient and flexible with us today.
All good. All good.
Much
No
appreciated. So I won't take too much more of your time. Please reintroduce yourself and talk to us about your initiatives that you are championing.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity. So yeah, a little bit about me, a little background on me. I am a resident of Clifton, father of 4 CPS kids, although as of next year, we'll have 3 of the 4 in college. 2 were Clark Montessori grads, and we just had a Walnut grad last week, and we have 1 more at Walnut. So they definitely keep me busy. My background is I'm originally from New York. Actually, I've been in Cincinnati 21 years. Grew up the son of an immigrant. We grew up working poor, on food stamps. Worked my way through college and construction. Then went on to college. Spent a couple of years working in Asia, and then went to business school and Georgetown, and then came out to Cincinnati 21 years ago for P&G. So I spent 17 years at Procter, all in marketing, and the last 5 I have built my own company. So I still have my own company. It's called Foresight. So I juggle council with another my startup. There's 6 of us, and so we do data analytics for mostly a lot of companies like P&G and Nestle and other companies. So it definitely balances me out. For sure. But I have been very involved over the years in the community in different ways. I've served on the Parks Foundation board. I was on a community council for several years doing service as well. And so I'm excited to be here on council. So that's a little bit about me by way of background. So the initiatives that I am hugely passionate about. And first of all, I would say, I think I'm the last of your speakers. So you've heard from a lot of my colleagues, and the thing I love about working with my colleagues is we're not on top of each other working on issues. We have there's so much work to be done, and we are tackling the issues, in our own way, but then also integrating with everyone else. So we're not all trying to tackle the same issue, which is helpful. So we saw that probably Councilwoman Owens, was on the Green Cincinnati plan, Harris on housing. The big ones for me are really around building thriving neighborhoods, which to me starts with making our streets safe. So safe in every way, safe for pedestrians. That is the #1 issue in neighborhoods right now, is pedestrian safety. As you probably saw, we had 2 people who were fatally struck by drivers in cars over the weekend, one downtown and one in Avondale. This is an urgent issue, and so multifaceted. So that's one which I would be happy to talk. It affects everything, right? Somebody recently, I was talking to the father of somebody who was killed several years ago, and he was like, "Look, we might have the best parks in the country, but if you can't walk to them safely, it doesn't matter. You don't have that basic safety first. It's so critical." So related to that is creating thriving business districts. It's something that's very important to me as a small business owner myself. I believe entrepreneurship is such a way to create. It is a way to create wealth in this country. So how do we enable entrepreneurs? How do we mentor them? How do we foster more entrepreneurship is really critical. And then the last kind of umbrella initiative is related to that. It's something that we've started to work, not hugely publicly yet, that's called Made in Cincinnati. So I do think, and it relates to a lot of the onshoring of manufacturing. If you look at a lot of other cities that are growing and thriving, Columbus, Nashville, they are working very synergistically together across multiple organizations. So what do I mean by that? The city plus universities plus the private sector, plus development organizations, and in the city historically, the tie with all of those, with the university and with the city, has been a lot less. And I think, in a lot of cases where we see success is where you have that synergy, right? Why is that important? Because what industries we're trying to attract and grow, to grow good paying jobs, obviously we need the universities to be training people on, on the skills that we need. If we think that, hey, this is where we're going to attract what types of industries, whether it's Intel suppliers or others, well, we're going to need the pipeline of talent, and we need to work with CPS, but then also our universities on what that looks like. So that's another initiative that I've tackled that I think is really critical as we go forward to really grow as a region and thrive. And how do we thrive across all neighborhoods in the city?
When you look at and hello, Mark Derick with the Greater Cincinnati Realtors, it's great to see you again.
Good to see you.
When you think about Made in Cincinnati, how are you going to evaluate the effectiveness if you're involved, the level of African-American businesses in that Made in Cincinnati market? Because right now our population is, 45% African-American in the city of Cincinnati. Is that Made in Cincinnati brand going to be equivalent to that level of involvement in an economic inclusion standpoint?
I mean, it has to be, is the short answer. So the first thing is, I think we need to define the scope of what we're talking about. This is not just about bringing in big companies, the mothership of Amazon or some other company. Most job growth comes from entrepreneurs and smaller companies. So I think the answer has to be a couple of those. It has to be building our entrepreneur class, and and there's a lot of work, as you well know, Mortar and other organizations to do that, as well as bringing in, light manufacturing and others. So I think the scope of it has to be, and it has to be data and metric driven. It's like, okay, where are we today? In terms of African-American, not only entrepreneurship, but then also like participation in bringing in a lot of these companies. And then where do we need to be? I'll give you an example. I just signed a motion that Councilwoman Owens is going to introduce, I think, tomorrow on the Convention Center District. That the Convention Center District, and you'll see more details on it, but it needs to be about how can we have African-American ownership of the hotel, where we are proactively reaching out to potential suitors, of the hotel, as well as, participation in the actual development. So that's going to be a concerted kind of task force of folks who are going after, and it's all metric driven. It's like, all right, what are your goals? What are we trying to accomplish? And then holding ourselves accountable to achieving those goals.
Yeah, looking at metrics and from the Greater Cincinnati Realtor standpoint, and I think you might have heard me ask Councilman Keating this before, but we're seeing, we're in the midst of a housing boom, and we don't have enough supply of housing, but yet we're seeing a decrease in the percentage of African-American homeowners in the city of Cincinnati. What type of strategies do you think your office plans to install or implement, rather, to try to help curb and grow that number?
So it starts with increasing supply. We do need an increase in supply. A big part of the challenge is that pricing, it is law of pure supply and demand. When you have less supply, then pricing is going to go up. And so pricing going up, affordable home ownership is not possible, right? So we need to increase supply. What does that look like? And yes, we're having the housing summit in 2 weeks or thereabouts. I think a couple of the outputs, and I have a lot of passion and we're working on, things like ADUs, which the biggest and quickest way to increase housing supply is through ADUs. And let me explain for everyone, because it is kind of a wonky term. But the ability to build out your basement or your garage and rent it out. First of all, it creates wealth for people who are home ownerships today, because that's the other part of the equation, Derick, is that we have to make sure that legacy homeowners are able to stay in their homes, first. And so if they have the ability to create more wealth by renting out a basement or, garage or whatever, that creates more wealth, so that's a part of it. Then it also increases affordable housing, because typically, you rent out your basement, it's not, a huge amount of money. So, those are in the area of zoning, like we do have to have zoning reform. It doesn't cost money, quote unquote. But we do have to have conversations on what does that look like. So, we create more supply. And once we create more supply, then the question becomes, okay, how can we create a pathway, especially among African Americans, for more home ownership? So I don't have the statistics offhand. I think it's only like 33% of African Americans in Cincinnati own a home, which compared to, I think, the white Cincinnati is like 60 something or 70, or, so it's significant.
It's 73% for whites.
Exactly. So it's more than 2x difference, which is substantial. So I think, so yes, it starts with supply, but then I think we have to understand, okay, what are the barriers? And I'll tell you, when the vice mayor held a housing summit, I don't know if you had the opportunity to go, but it was unbelievable. The number of people there was a huge number of people. And that was in the one that I went to, was, I think it was in Evanston, but people are really interested, but a lot of the supply is not there and they're priced out of it.
Absolutely. What are some of the, when you take a look at, equity and inclusion and where we're at the city, how do you determine our success if we're actually being successful with the metrics that we have in place to meet those equity and inclusion numbers? And Manager Kerp, I know you're on the line. I'm going to ask you that same question, so you can actually get a little opportunity to think ahead. But yes, Council Member, what do you think?
Yeah, I think there's two parts. There's two parts to that. There's what's the metric, and then what's the enforcement. Okay. Because we have to have clear metrics on any city-owned project. And we should be benchmarking that versus, all right, what is that in other cities? What are the barriers to making it higher? A convention district project that I just mentioned is a great example. So it starts with that. What are those benchmarks? But then it's also, how do you enforce it? Because there are times where there's not a lot of enforcement. Or it gets through, it goes through the cracks, because there's a subcontractor, and, so that is, I think, a piece of it as well.
There was a question in the chat, and I'll throw this out there to you and then give you a chance to kind of have any final remarks before we move to Manager Kerp to wrap up. It says, interestingly, you mentioned renting out space in existing homes. What is your position on ordinance which restrict short-term housing? Short-term housing seems to be under attack as municipalities like Forest Park are restricting short-term housing. And I do recall not too long ago, the city implemented some measures by which there could be a limited number of short-term housing or Airbnbs, VRBOs in certain housing projects. What's your thought on that question?
To be totally honest, I haven't been in the weeds in that. It's not an issue that I hear a lot of people complaining about, to be honest. I think there's obviously a balance there, right? You want to create an opportunity for people to earn wealth in their own home, but you don't want to create a whole neighborhood, which is essentially a bunch of Airbnbs. But I have not heard that we're out of whack on that. And if we are, then, I think we address it. But right now it hasn't been an issue that's floated to the top that people are clamoring to solve. So we have enough issues and enough challenges that not looking to create one if it doesn't exist, but.
Briston, any final questions before we ask Councilman Jeffries to wrap up?
No.
Okay. So Mark, any final remarks, anything that we didn't get a chance to ask you that you want to share with us? You got the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association members here, as well as members of the Greater Cincinnati Northern Kentucky African American Chamber. The floor is yours.
No, well, first of all, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity, and hopefully would look forward to continuing the dialogue. I think my office literally open door. Like, feel free, anyone can come down or email if there's an issue or concern. I pride myself on personally responding to issues and concerns, and so look forward to continuing the discussion, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right, have a great day.
Over to John. Take care, John.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman.
And last and definitely not least, it's almost like the alpha and the omega, the beginning and the end. We started our day with you, Manager Kirk, and now we're going to end our day with you. Please tell us, you're new to the role, and tell us a little bit about kind of your first few days, and now you're thrown right into the midst of the budget process. And tell us about that, and tell us about what you got working on going forward.
Sure, great, and thank you. And this is my second introduction of the day, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to talk with this organization. As I've told people, I realize there's more than just the African American Chamber on this call, but they really do need, the city needs the African American Chamber to be a partner with the city in how we go forward and improving the quality of life in our community. It is a priority of mine, priority of this mayor and this council. I think that we look for ways to equitably grow our community, and working with business is at the very top of the list of ways to affect the change that we're looking to make in Cincinnati. For those of you who haven't met me before, I've been in the city manager role, the interim city manager, since mid-January. I was city solicitor from 2008 to 2014, where I worked under Milton Mahoney and Mark Mallory as mayor, and that council, as a city law director, built what I believe was one of the premier legal entities in the city. Made it, I called it the best and most diverse law firm in this community. And left in 2014, went back to private practice, actually worked with at Blank Rome, was recruited there by Nathaniel Jones, who was a mentor of mine, not a peer, nearly not a peer, but a mentor of mine in the legal community. He was actually on the committee that hired me at the city when I became the city solicitor in 2008. When I left the city, he gave me a call and said, "Hey, John, come work with us." And so that was a great experience. But my heart really is with city government. I truly believe that municipal government is the place where we can impact and make the greatest impact on the community. It's where the government meets the people. And so the opportunity to be the manager in this government with this mayor and this council was, to me, too good to pass up. And I've been very excited for the opportunity to come here and lead change in the city. We do have a very unique opportunity, I think, coming out of COVID, coming in with the new mayor, with the new council, to kind of reinvent government and how we interact with our citizens and with all our communities. But I really, and I think you can really feel that at City Hall right now. I think you see that, that we can't look back and say this is how we've always done it, right? Because COVID changed all that. When I came into government, I found that we've all put up silos over the last 2 years. We kind of retreated to the basics of our work life, our family life. We weren't interacting, we weren't communicating. Life kind of changed that way. And as we break out of that, I found that our directors, our employees, were anxious to get to see each other again in person. We're anxious to meet and exchange ideas. It's to me, it's the most amazing part of how we can grow and make government better is watching a Department of Transportation engineer actually sit down with someone from Waterworks. Those meetings were happening before; they weren't spontaneous. They're right; they had to be planned. We had our first directors meeting, I think, within a month after I arrived. Our directors hadn't talked to each other in person for 2 years. How do we know what's happening in parks and recreation and how that might affect things that we're doing with water and sewer, or economic development, both community development activities focused on neighborhoods and business development activities. When we're not meeting, we're not exchanging ideas, and we're not just meeting each other at a human level, those things get lost. And I'm very excited that I think we have found that energy. That energy is back in City Hall, and I'm excited to be a part of it. I know and please feel free to interrupt me at any time, but with questions or thoughts, I'm happy to follow the conversation wherever you want to take it. But I kind of took, my charge today to kind of tell you how can businesses, Black businesses, better engage and better connect with the city government and city administration. And this goes back to the idea that the agenda of Black business is the agenda of City Hall. I have made it clear to our leadership team and to especially as we go to work in our economic development world, that we need to focus on what is the agenda for growing, and I put things in three categories, but growing Black business in the city. I'm the Cincinnati city manager. I'm all for a regional approach to growth and development, but my job is to how do we promote a better quality of life for the residents and the businesses in our city. And I know I caught the tail end of your conversation where apparently you might have been discussing the convention center project. That is a prime example of how we can make things better. And I'm looking forward to meeting with some, Derick Kearney has put together some meetings for me in the next 2 weeks as to how we can kind of discuss moving this agenda forward. And so I'm happy to meet with this group today. But I see we need to grow in 4 categories. First is how do we grow the Black investor class in the city? We have plenty of development projects in this community that involve city subsidy, that involve city resources, that should include diverse minority investors as these developments build their capital stacks. We can't continue to go to the same developers, the same investors, and generate the same wealth for the same group of people. We need to grow that class of investors. And that includes growing the number and the size of the Black investor class in the city. So that's a priority. That's something that we can make known to developers both inside and outside our community. When they come to Cincinnati, we expect local diverse investors in projects. And that builds the generational wealth that we all want to create for our citizens. The second is how do we grow the Black contractor class? I was involved 10 years ago when we were legally prohibited from having preferences and goals for minority contractors. We had a small business program, but we were legally prohibited from a minority business program. We have one now, it's been 10 years. Has it created the results we want? I think the consensus with those I've talked to on council and with the mayor is no, it's not. It's not grown the contractor class to the size that we'd like it to be. Again, we're using the same handful of contractors for developers to meet an arbitrary number that we put out in our city minority contracting goals. That's a good start, but that's not where we want to be. So how do we continue to build capacity so that Black businesses can start and grow to the point where they are spinning off their own businesses? We need more than one. We need contractors in all the trades. We need contractors in investment firms. We need contractors in businesses that fill the buildings and developments. How do we grow that? And is there something that government can do and we need to do something different, right? I think we've done one program for 10 years. We need to change how we do that. So build the Black contractor class. Then we need to look at our city contracts. That's, so I see that as a separate category, city contracting itself. We've had an MBE program for about 10 years. Is that working? And what do we do to perhaps change how we do city contracting itself in a way that will grow Black businesses in our city? And then finally, and at least, the message, the one ask that I do make to Black businesses when I talk to them is, okay, we've done this. If we can accomplish these other objectives, the investor class, building the contractor class, improving city contracting, how do we be sure that we are employing residents of our city, our community, in projects that we are subsidizing as a community? And that goes from everything from talking to independent contractors to talking to the building trades to talking to any organizations that do business in the city, are you hiring our youth? Are you bringing people from outside the community to live in our city and give them jobs? So those are the 4 issues as kind of I've identified them. And as I talk with council members and we build strategies for any of the development projects that you see going on in the city, that is the priorities that are in my head when we approach these deals, when we negotiate these transactions. And where I think we should be focused as a city, especially on connecting and growing the Black business community. So that's kind of my concise agenda. I'm happy to elaborate on anything that you see in that, or if you're done with me, I can let you guys get away early for virtual happy hour.
That sounds like an exciting platform. I did have a couple of follow-up questions, and I know Briston probably has 1 or 2 herself. Those sound very exciting. Having had an opportunity to work in the city and then come back to the city, it's obvious that you spend a lot of time thinking about, hey, how am I going to do this a little bit differently this time, given how our community and our world has changed as a result of that. When you look at those initiatives, did you have metrics or goals in mind that you had in mind for Black businesses, and where are we at with that, and how can the chamber and how can the realtors help you get to those benchmarks?
Yeah, and it's so, the metrics, and I understand the focus of this council. I hear KPI as a term of art, in virtually every conversation that I have with this council. So that's something that, actually I'm looking to you all to help me create, right? Because like I said, the metric right now is, we look at a city contract and we assign a certain percentage goal when we put it out to the public. I had a contract today, it was a $75,000 contract that had a 2% MBE goal on it. Well, what does a 2% MBE goal do on a contract for professional services for $75,000? It requires a subcontract of $1,000 somewhere. Is that moving the needle? Is that something that really makes a change on one professional contract? I don't think so. And so I kind of raised the point to my teams, like this is the perfect example of how do we change things? How do we measure them differently? I think we can look. I've met with most of the developers in the city. And they've kind of told me the same thing. John, I go to the same, is there some substitute for the goal that I have a X% minority business inclusion in my development deal? Because rather than hire 1 or 2 of the same contractors I always hire, I'd rather put money towards a trades apprenticeship program at Woodward High School so that I can, create 10 apprentices in the building trades. Are there things we can do that change the dynamic? Because I don't think that where we are exactly right now is the way. So I'm interested in what kind of metrics we would use. I hate to throw arbitrary numbers out because again, I talked about a project like the convention center. I think the number, and don't quote me if I'm not precise, but I think it's around $100 million. We're thinking that's a $100 million convention center hotel we're going to build. Do we have the capacity in the Cincinnati Black business community that if every trade contractor wanted work there, could they take all the work we could get? What's that number? I don't know what that number is. I don't know what the capacity is, right? So how are we approaching how we approach development in the city? Well, I'll work with Colin. Say, Colin, I want to know what the capacity is. How many hours a year of, name a contractor that might be working at the convention center hotel. It's drywaller, painter, steel worker, pick a contract. Do we have that capacity in the city right now? Because if I set a 25% goal and we don't have capacity to provide 20 in the contractor community to give 25% of the work, then I've not accomplished anything, right? I end up with contracts that are shells that are pass-throughs. And again, everyone takes advantage of those opportunities. So I'm not saying anyone can or shouldn't, but the point is I'm not generating the type of economic activity I want in our city. So I think we need to do a little bit of work first, find out what the capacity is we have for investors, capacity for contracting, capacity for employees, and then grow from there. So I get that baseline is the most important metric I want to understand first.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yes, because most of our businesses are not top tier, so they're not going to have the capacity to fulfill, but that don't mean they can't partner and learn to scale from these larger corporations that are getting those contracts. So maybe, you know, having criteria for these larger corporations that are getting them to incorporate the lower tier into it and help them learn to scale and grow their business, because there's plenty out there for all of us to share in, you know, holding these larger corporations accountable to their commitments, their own goals that they're setting. Are they achieving them? And if they're achieving them, not by just one business, multiple businesses that are on the lower tier would be better. And of course, increasing those goals, because, you know, the $1,000, you know, that's great. Of course, you know, glass half full, half empty. However, if you put yourself in the business owner's position and look at it from that end, then you want to see, is that really impacting my business? You know, so those are some areas of opportunity for sure.
No, and that's great feedback. I know that, you know, especially the scale of the project always matters and how we can affect change in some of these areas. But again, a project like the convention center is something where we can, you know, press on the developer and on the general contractor to work in mentorship type programs. You know, I assure you, I know the unions will want some form of project labor arrangement there. You know, that's an opportunity to require apprenticeships. And you'll hear this from me a lot. And I don't know, I used to be the lawyer. I try not to be the lawyer anymore. But you're going to keep, you know, I'm going to keep pushing that these are Cincinnati-based programs. So that's who I work for.
Right. And to take it to the next level is to, when a business does not get selected, giving feedback, alerting them to why they were not selected. What can they do to change that for the next time, and not being dismissed because they didn't get it the first time and like, oh, we already saw them, I don't think they can handle it. Well, they're, you know, if they can get that feedback to make the changes within their organization to meet those criteria, is another thing, you know, some kind of, I hate to say report card, but, you know, feedback, you know, is definitely needed as well. And why? The why is how can they fix it?
Right. And to be sure, the why is not because you've never done it before, right?
Absolutely.
That's huge. I mean, you know, again, as far as I'm concerned, when we involve city dollars in projects, we're not there only to take risks for the developer, right? Because, you know, when you see any project, any deal, you see city money in, we're taking risk for the developer. We're helping them reach a rate of return. We all should be taking risks. Again, projects at scale matter, but a project like the convention center, we should be taking a risk on some contractors. Maybe that's, you know, maybe that's something we need to more consciously focus on is developing capacity. Because look, every now and then, you know, plenty of city deals, development deals go down every now and then. It's not 100% perfect. We can take some risk on contractors.
Yes. Derick, you have any additional questions?
No, I just want to thank you, and I appreciate your outlook on that, because sometimes when you're looking to diversify anything, whether you're looking to diversify a board, or looking to diversify your staff, or looking to diversify the contracts that you have, there's going to be an initial investment that's going to force you and your team to work a little bit harder, to think outside the box, to bring more people to the table. But at the end of the day, that hard work is going to pay off because you're going to have a more inclusive, a more diverse base of staff, of contractors, of people that you're working with will make whatever you're doing much better. Diversity is a positive thing for our world. And I think it's something we need more of. So I really appreciate hearing from you, Manager Kurt, all the things that you're working on. I'm really excited to see what you have in store for the city. And I'm really excited to have the opportunity for you to see you work in closer collaboration with the Chamber and the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association and others. We're excited and looking forward to seeing your work.
Yeah, and when I started here, I didn't know the realtors were on board, but we can have another conversation with the realtors too about the adjustments in the CRA abatement program. Those are coming out.
Yes, we'd be happy to have that discussion, but I thought our discussion today was enjoyable and timely. So, but yes, we'll reach out to your office and set that up. We can do that one-on-one. I appreciate you making an invitation to join us.
Yes.
Well, like I said, glad to be here twice. I am going to put that on my short resume that I was the only two-time speaker for this event.
It's the first time. It's the first time it's happened. So you made history.
Yes. I'm about to march over to the mayor's office and let him know that he only got to speak once today.
That's right.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
So much.
Welcome.
Yes.
You're welcome.
All right, everyone. I think that is a wrap. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for giving us your feedback, questions. I hope you dug through the chat and pulled out all the resources that were provided from all of our speakers, contact information, take advantage. So your voice can be heard and stay heard. Derick, thank you. Noah, thank you so much. We didn't get to see you pop on camera, but Noah has been behind the scenes updating us. Wait, we're switching this person. We're switching. Oh, yes. Thank you, Noah.
Way to go, Noah. Great work. Thank you to your team and Councilmember Harris for allowing you the time to put into this. We appreciate that. We could not have done this without you. Thank you. I know Eric's not on the line, but thank you to Eric and thank you to you, Briston and Greg, for all your hard work on this. The Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association is a proud partner in you all on this Government Day and City Hall Day, and we look forward to doing this again. I don't know if, Briston, are you guys sending out a survey or anything to folks who attended? But if not, if you do get a survey, please make sure you complete it and send it back. And if you don't get a survey, and if you see Eric or you see Briston, you see Greg, tell them how much you really enjoyed this program and that we should do this again in the future. So then that way we can get that feedback. We can know if this is something that we can do, and we can kind of make sure that we tailor this to make sure that it's an enjoyable day for you all. So with that, thank you so much. It's been great. It's been real. Thank you all. Yes. Have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.